Hello, guys and girls. It is Friday once again, and that means it's time for ANZ PL. It's a big week, gentlemen. Kev and Elfish Guy here with me tonight, as always. It's week 7, and that means it is our final week of regular season play. We had 8 teams at the start of the season tonight, gents. Only 4 of them going to be left, Jordan. It's a big night, and honestly, who would have thought when we started ANZPL Season 1 last year that here we would be looking down the barrel of LAN finals in a few weeks from now, and all of the teams tonight with a shot. Some very slim, but a shot nonetheless.
Yeah, I think that's the main takeaway really coming into this final week is that we do have the possibility for every single one of these teams to actually make it into the top 4 and go further from there. Now, obviously for some, it's a little bit more unrealistic than it is for others, but last season, that was far from the case. We had so many teams that were already confirmed. I feel like it might have even just been a battle for like maybe 4th place at the end of last season to get through to playoffs. But this season, definitely a lot of results that are still sort of up in the air, and it sort of becomes a question of all the mathematical formulas and all that sort of stuff that you can put through. Obviously, we need to wait and see how some of the results do play out, and that'll start to illuminate things for us. The matches last week, though, did also help out in that respect. You know, a big win from Skorpions, a big win from Matildas against the Bulldogs, no less, did put both of those two teams in a really good spot.
Yeah, you can see the Matildas with that 3-1 over the Bulldogs to start off last week. Kev, that's the team, the Matildas. They're pretty much guaranteed a top 4 slot. And when you look at the scoreboard, which we will do soon, and you see that teams are only split by 1 or 2 wins, a 3-1 victory over the Bulldogs last week was a nice way to finish off week number 6.
Yeah, I mean, it guarantees their position in the finals. They're 2 points out of everyone else, but as we touched on, you look at the difference between the 2nd and 3rd place team and the Skorpions and Adelaide Action X. You look down to the bottom, Archers and Panthers. There is a realm where all of a sudden there is a chance that you see some of these teams leapfrogging their way up, making sure they might be able to sneak the 4th or the 3rd place out of some of these teams and make their way into the finals. Obviously, a lot of results. What is it? 81 outcomes is always a magic number at the moment. Obviously, that's without any games being played. The further we go on throughout the night, it's going to become a little bit more cleared. And, I mean, then it gets into the mathematical nightmare, which Mateo is going to have to sort out. So good luck to him. But I think all the players, I think the message or the very clear thing that they're going in tonight is that for any of these teams outside the Matildas, it's pretty much a must-win. You don't want to leave your fate in the hands of something else. You don't want to lose a game and then rely on someone drawing or someone completely crapping the bed, so to speak. You want to take the opportunity and make sure you secure it with both hands.
Yeah, and that's it, right? You can't blame anyone else at this point. It's been so close all season long. So many teams have won some matches, lost others, but when you look at who they're winning and losing against, you're going, how is that happening? Draws are coming out of things that maybe they shouldn't be. And I think some of that does come down to our MVPs. I'm not going to say the top 5 MVPs on this list are the 5 people that I picked all season long on my fantasy league team, gents. But look, I think sometimes it has come down to that individual effort. And you can see there our ANZPL MVP so far for this season. And looking pretty good. Napalm up there on top. Love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, he's been doing well for himself. Obviously, Whippet putting in a nice showing as well. I got to say, I've been pretty impressed by Whippet this season. He did sort of sneak into my fantasy league one week, had a bit of a rougher week there. But ever since then, he seems to have been really putting the numbers up, which is quite an impressive result in my mind. You guys have kind of convinced me to put Madhouse in over Whippet today. I did pose the question. I said, should I have Whippet or should I have Madhouse? After seeing that graphic, I don't know if I'm going to go back and just chuck a sneaky little swap. I think there's 8 seconds left, so maybe I've run out on that opportunity.
2,
but either way,
and if you're watching this online, it's well and truly done.
It's definitely gone, yeah.
Rest in peace. I think we've all got Madhouse for tonight, so I hope he doesn't let us down. But the Bulldogs are going to certainly need him, aren't they? Because they've kind of, I don't know. I kind of feel like the season coming off last season where we thought they were a guarantee for the grand final, and this season it kind of feels like it hasn't been theirs. They're still in with a shot, but they really do need to step up tonight. And we take a look at our All-Stars as well from our fantasy league. Celestia sitting up there on top. not in my fantasy league team tonight. Feels bad. But you can see the Matildas. They got a couple in there looking pretty good. And obviously, when you're sitting up the top of the scoreboard in terms of the team points, then you're probably going to have some all-stars.
Yeah, definitely agree with that one. I mean, even JT sneaking in as well towards the very end. So that's sometimes a bit surprising, but obviously there's a couple of different factors that you calculate for the fantasy points and whatnot. But here it is, the important matches tonight that determine who's going to make their way forward, right? Starting off with Brisbane Bulldogs and Conquerors, and it's only going to get better from there.
Yeah, the Bulldogs and the Conquerors is going to be the first match to kick us off. And as we were saying, for both of these teams, it's going to be a crucial match. Following that, the Matildas and the Action X, then the Sentinels and the Archers, finally the Skorpions and the Panthers. And as Kev alluded to earlier, with 81 potential outcomes for tonight, I think each and every team will be sitting here watching, waiting until the end of that Skorpions-Panthers game to see, are they locking themselves in? Have they left this up to fate? Have they left this up to their rivals to get them through? 81 results, Jordan. I think that's more flavors than Baskin and Robbins or something. I don't know. But, like, it's an exciting thing. And I don't remember the last time where I got to the end of a round-robin competition and pretty much every team had a shot. That so rarely happens. We're pretty lucky.
I'm pretty sure in all my years of casting esports, that has never happened for anything that I've ever cast before. I've done a lot of 8-team round robins. You know, we go back to the days of, that we've casted together, Ben, and I'm just trying to throw my mind back. I think the best case scenario probably has been something like maybe 6 teams being able to make it into the top 4. There's almost always at least one outlier team, it feels like, in a top 8 where like they've managed to make it into the top 8, but can they really tussle inside of the top 8? Normally, the case is that there's one that can't. Anyway, not necessarily what it seems like is going to be the case today. And obviously, we need to start talking about this first matchup. So, I mean, Bulldogs and Conquerors, again, a very important one. Obviously, we're going to say that every single match tonight. Bulldogs need the win.
It's true.
Conquerors need the win. And you're right, it is true. It's hugely important for both teams.
Yeah, this one's actually, I think this is going to set the tone for me, Kev. Coming into this, what are your thoughts? Who is the team that you're going to think comes out on top, and who's going to need to turn up for them tonight?
I mean, it's always rough to say it's going to turn out on top. These ones so often go towards 1-1. I mean, it's with Bulldogs, it depends on their map selection. I don't know if they're going to go back towards Sand River, which is what they pick quite often. I don't know if it's going to be Ghost Town once again for the Conquerors. I feel like I'm starting to see too much Ghost Town from the Conquerors. Sure, it's the one they always pick. It's their bastion, but at a certain stage, it gets a little bit predictable. And for Bulldogs, this is an excellent chance coming towards the end of the season to actually sneak a victory away at the moment. You've got a couple of players on good form for Sand River. For Conquerors, they're starting to be maybe a bit too predictable. They haven't really played too much Sand River either. So maybe the Conquerors is going to be put under the pump. But just as a reminder, Conquerors also that team just to step up and take it to the Sentinels earlier on. They had the ability to really elevate their gameplay and as a result, kind of take it to the next level. We might be able to see it at the very end, exactly when you need it. The final kind of reserves in your tank. You just need to get to your destination. Both these teams have it within them.
Kev, you say, like, as we've seen time and time again, look, there's no guarantee that one of these teams are going to come out on top tonight. But the Conks are sitting in like 4th. The Bulldogs are sitting in 6th. Like, a draw may not do it. You know what I mean? They need to be pushing for a win tonight.
Yeah, 100%. It's I think it's like if both teams draw the first one, it pretty much means that, well, for the Bulldogs, there's no chance, right? Because they're sitting a little bit further down. For the Conquerors, there's still a bit of opportunity if they do draw, but that's when you start looking at, oh, okay, I have to rely on my fate for everyone else. And obviously, a couple of players to watch from both sides. Starks had a fantastic season so far for the Brisbane Bulldogs. His I7, very, very solid, but can't just rely on one member at the end of the day.
Exactly right. You can't. It's when it's 5v5. Yes, as we've said time and time again, one player can make more of a difference than when you're playing with obviously far more players on your team. But you're relying on, I think, working together as well, Jordan. We've talked about it so many times, but you lose a player early on, it's kind of struggle street from there on out. We've seen that a lot this season. And Kev, you said, hey, is it going to be Sand River? Well, it is going to be Sand River for the Bulldogs. Ghost Town coming out here for the Conquerors. Jordan, what do we think of this one?
Yeah, look, not surprised in the slightest. I mean, Bulldogs have pretty much been going towards Sand River at every possible opportunity. And you can say the exact same thing for Conquerors. So on one hand, it's good. Both teams get their comfort choice. On another hand, both teams have a lot to look at, and they can sort of do a bit of scouting here. You know, Bulldogs can go over the demos and the VODs and have a look at what Conquerors have been doing on Ghost Town, and similarly for Conquerors doing the same on Sand River. So hopefully some counter-strats getting pulled out here, because both teams are going to need to dig deep for this final week.
They certainly will. It's the Bulldogs up against the Conquerors. They're trying to secure themselves a spot at land finals at Fortress. We'll talk more about it later. Let's kick us off with Sand River.
All right, Kev, let's see if you've baited me with this Madhouse selection. I'm never going to forgive you if that is going to be the case. And next thing you're going to tell me, you didn't even put Madhouse in your roster. It was all a bait and a trick.
I put Madhouse in my roster. I got faith in my platoon buddy after playing with him a couple of times. He's pretty switched on. A lot of the Bulldogs, honestly, they're coming into these games. How do I say it? They're not like coming out like completely emo. They're going, oh, there are these parts that we can fix and whatnot. Obviously, it's coming to a bit of a dire time, but they're not going to be players which are going to be under this high pressure scenario and go, oh, we need to win this. We need to do things differently. No, stock standard. Once again, it's the same approach that we've seen time and time again. Madhouse elevated up on the defensive rock, Super Conqueror and AVP, who's one of the better players in this position in recent memory. He was really the one that farmed up for the Bulldogs in one of those seasons. And then you got the STB and Ravi, who just sits over there around the F9 area. And I think you've taken one of the CS's. Dark has gone all the way down into K0 just to spot out a few things. And they're just anchoring Soldat over there at the north position. It is going to be a push down mid from the Conquerors.
Yeah, Ravi's going to have to spot that out fairly shortly. Looks like he's on the move at the right time. Bluey
Perfect.
Illuminated. And Ravi will just sneak a shot through. That'll give him enough information to recognize there's probably a push coming in his direction. You don't expect to see the Kronwagen there if there's nothing else behind it.
So Dark, it's very important Dark stays hidden for here right now. He's actually using that bush, just spotting out. Should see the STB as soon as it pokes up. And there it is, spotting him out. Dark dipping underneath the ridge line, spots out 2 tanks. Rotations need to come forward from the bat chats as well. CS going to be committing in. This is such a dangerous bowl to commit forward onto the CS. They're going to take a lot of punishment, so you need to make sure that you get rid of Dark as soon as possible.
Well, that's why they've sent Camo first. Bat Chat is going to be able to clip out. Probably won't be able to do it himself. Let's see what Dark can manage. Can he dodge a shell? Can he bounce a shell? Can he do anything here? Has Camo got enough damage? With 2 shells left in the clip, the answer obviously is going to be no, but Tuck comes in and slides one through, which does result in the end of Dark. The CS63 finished off, and a 5-on-4 ensues. Bulldogs with the disadvantage, but HP is looking pretty fine for them.
They bled a lot of HP in that fight. You can see that Dark, it was a correct call from the Conquerors. They needed to all go in and place pressure and take control of this area, but it was good focus fire from the Bulldogs as well. You could see they were trying to target down, okay, as soon as you come across any shots that we can actually put in to punish these guys, let's do it. Ravi, though, is under a bit of pressure now. Madhouse, not too certain what he's trying to achieve with this bat chat over here. It's a bit of a difficult position for the bat chat to be in.
Yeah, definitely.
This is
not exactly the greatest gun depression on that tank, so it's a little awkward to work those ridges.
AVP really is a linchpin at the moment, of course. Very hard to get rid of the Super Kong from this position, considering you don't have North presence. They're just rotating the HP around, so getting Ravi back into a safer position, I don't mind that for the Bulldogs. You just want to make sure you're not bleeding out. You've got that tank deficit already. Camo though on a one-shot, we always talk about the bat chat battles being so important. And just as a reminder, Bulldogs going to be on the defense. They don't need to make a move right now. They're the ones who can play static, try to get their tanks into an ideal position, and just play the timer from there.
Well, it's going to be important to note that it is only the first half of Sand River. Bulldogs moving on to the attack, which is generally considered a little more difficult on Sand River. So if they do drop this first round, they could be in a spot of bother. Conquerors also have their own map choice to follow. So
I think I know what Madhouse is doing over here, actually, because we're thinking always about the bat chats making the rotations and whatnot. The reality is that why they're anchoring a bat chat over here on full HP is because they're expecting Conquerors to dump in. There is no other way to get rid of the STB outside of Bloy doing an insane cross over that ridge. You're going to get punished at least twice by the Super Conqueror, if not once by the STB. So you can't really commit by yourself. Now, all the tanks down south, you got to dump in. You got to be like, oh, there's an STB1 over here, so we're going to have to commit in. That's why they're so afraid for the Conquerors right now. As soon as, like, they don't know where this bat chat is. They're thinking, hang on, Madhouse normally plays north. So maybe we're going to have to rotate someone over towards north to kind of sell something. Maybe to try to figure out where this bat chat really is going. You see Madhouse just staying alive for now, just buying time. AVP doesn't want to be bleeding out.
I'm not sure a fan of the cap here. I don't think that's really causing any pressure at all for Bulldogs.
Because the problem with this cap, right, is what you do with the SDB1 is you actually dive it underneath where Bluey is, you bring it up, and then you can fight Bluey pretty easily and just get a reset. It's such a strong position once you have control over the mid hill. It's so hard to push out. Slayer can't punish that position from the SDB1. Your SDBs over there in the south position can't do anything. I don't even know what Callum's doing with the CS at the moment. I think he's just trying to bleed out the Super Conk at this point in time, which isn't too bad, but time is starting to dwindle away, and we're going to need to see a counter response coming out from Bulldogs as well. Can't let the cap pressure stay there forever. Madhouse trying to find information.
He's getting the spots onto Bluey, but no light onto Camo just yet, which is the premium target at the moment. Sold out Udachi and Tuck just having a bit of a go at one another, not really landing a whole lot. Minute and 26. There is the reset and the kill from AVP as he
that was blind, wasn't it?
Camo. Don't know, but either way, he's got it done, and that's what matters because now all pressure on Bulldogs is relieved, if there even was any pressure, which, like I said earlier, I don't really think there was.
Had to get the 20 seconds, and it's just so hard to sit someone on that cap. I've just wondered, like, all season around, I haven't seen anyone actually rush the 2 flag. I'm just wondering, maybe it was like a time for one of these teams to really bring that out on the attack. Who knows? Callum's going to cop a few. AVP is just farming up. I think his repair kit. Doesn't really want to use the repair kit, but gets away, which is always good for a medium tank. You don't want to be permatracked. Can't really be sitting on the cap. I think the CS63, the turret's just a little bit too tall. It's not really a flat tank.
Well, okay, my question here, Kev, is what is Conquerors going to do? What are they doing? You know, it sort of feels like they've timed themselves out of this round.
This is the whole thing, right? Because Madhouse hasn't been spotted the entire time. They don't know where this bat chat is. That's why they're so scared. Because he had the bat chat deficit. Now he's been spotted out. Now he's been bled out quite a bit. Okay, so Madhouse definitely...
sooner or later you have to go, and it's rather sooner than later because right now, 20 seconds left.
No, that's GG.
You can't do it. You can't get enough damage out. It's just not possible. Everyone's going to try and farm up as many points as they can for the Fantasy League fans, but this has been a rather disappointing attack as far as I'm concerned from Conquerors. They have just not done anything.
Yeah, there's just no agency in terms of they probably forgot what time was at the end of the day. Just let it tick away a bit too much. They were really trying to find that opener after the taking out the initial tank. They were really trying to see exactly what the rotation from the Bulldogs was. But like I said, with a bat chat just being hidden the entire time, Madhouse wasn't even lit up till the very end. Your bat chat's on a one shot. There is nothing you can do unless you go for a YOLO push. They didn't. And well, time just ticked away.
What a weird result. You get to the end of that, the Conqueror is almost as useless as Elfish Guy's credit card at the bar, just not willing to use it. I don't understand. They were one. They had one tank down. Camo did get spotted, by the way, Kev. He was spotted out. So it wasn't a blind shot. But the fact that as soon as Camo goes down, talk to me, Karath. I don't understand. You need to do something at that point because sitting around, even not knowing where the bat chat is, you can not know where the bat chat is for the rest of the game and then still lose because you haven't done anything.
It's because of the HP deficiency. They did the right thing digging out that position because you leave Dark in that hold down position back there at the south part of the map. You're just going to bleed out and you can put yourself in a crossfire. The problem is after you get out of that position, you're looking at the HP you've got in your tanks and then you have to make a decision. How are we going to pressure onto any of these tanks? How are we going to take out the Super Conqueror, for example? How are we going to take out the SDB1s? And they went, there is no way we can actually win some of these fights. So they're trying to hope that Bulldogs make a mistake. And well, for Bulldogs, they knew that actually they were in the driver's seat the entire time. I would have looked at that and gone, look at the HP, guys. Like, we're completely fine. We just need to wait for them to commit. Let's just hold on. And that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, so we see in the replay here, Dark goes down first. And obviously a good pick to grab. But obviously, as you gentlemen said earlier, that it did provide a bit of a HB issue there for the Conquerors. And there's that hit onto Camo as he does get spotted out just in the nick of time. That's all Madhouse really needed to do, right? That's all they were really looking for was to get that spot on.
Yeah.
And after that, like to be fair, a pretty tough position, but again, a little bit risky leaving one half HP bat chat on the cap and hoping for the best. So great play from the Bulldogs. Great play perhaps from Madhouse there as well. And for me, Jordan, I think so many times we see teams who are on defense forget to play like they're on defense. And it was great to see the Bulldogs actually utilize the fact that they don't have to go anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, they weren't really put under any pressure at all, so they didn't feel the need to do anything. And if they didn't do anything for 7 minutes, then they win the game. Apparently,
Yeah.
I mean, that's again, like I keep going back to it for Conquerors, and I understand what you're saying, Kevin, that it kind of felt like there wasn't really any good play for them, but eventually you have to make a play. Like, you can't
Any
just
play
sit
is
there,
better than
roll over
nothing,
and die.
right?
You know, yeah, I agree. I
It's
mean, as soon as
like-
Camo gets taken out on that cap, you've got what, like maybe a minute and a half left to play with. I can't remember exactly when it was that he went down, but you just got to send it. Like, at that point, you're waiting another minute. Like, Bulldogs aren't going to make another mistake in that 1 minute. So you just have to try and
It's
like,
I feel like
imagine you get a bunch of ammo racks, you know, like it's theoretically it's possible, right? So it's always possible to win unless you do nothing. If you do nothing, then you're giving yourself the 0% chance.
I feel like that's the
problem
case. That's the case where I feel like the Conquerors, they probably it's when you get to these high pressure scenarios, you forget to look at the timer. I think that's like one of those cases of, because it's such high pressure, there's a lot of comms that are going on. No one's really looked at it and gone, oh, the time's completely ticked away. We need to go do something. And I think that's what it felt like to me. It's happened a lot of times before. It's happened to me in advance where I'm calling for 15 minutes. It doesn't feel like 15 minutes. And then someone goes, because you're such in a static position, you can't make a move, right? You're hoping your enemy makes a mistake. You're bleeding out a little bit more. And all of a sudden someone goes, hey, there's a minute left in the clock. We're in the attack. And you go, oh,
Yeah.
that's
you
not
got to
good.
keep
Even
your
like
eye
a
on the
time
clock
checker.
as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
we
this is where
we saw someone go for the cap as well, and then they got tracked. And I would be interested to see what the seconds were like at that point, and whether that not getting on the cap puts them outside a window that they needed
I
to
don't think
hit.
it did.
I think they were they were too far
Yeah.
away at that stage of leaving one tank on. They had to use their numbers eventually around maybe the 3-4 minute mark to convincingly win that. You trade by attrition and numbers at that point in time. You're down in HP. You got mobile tanks. Maybe dive onto the Super Conqueror, for example. Sure, you're going to bleed out a little bit more, but you need to dive onto a tank just like how you just absolutely murked Dark. You got to do the same. Use that numbers advantage, trade systematically, and go forward from there. 3 tanks is always going to out DPM 1 tank, and you just keep finding that advantage. But you can just see they'll spread, waiting for that mistake, and there were no mistakes to be found.
Well, you got to shoot your shot sometimes. If you don't shoot, well, you're not guaranteed to miss. You're just not going to win. And tonight it's about winning, and that's what we're looking for. We're looking towards finals. There's 3 weeks after this week, this being the last week of the regular season. Next week, the first week of finals, it's going to be the semifinals. The following week after that, there's a third place match. I know that we're throwing in some special community matches as well. And then on the 22nd of May, gentlemen, that's the big one. We've got finals at Fortress. Now, obviously, we're living in a COVID world, but the plan is to have live LAN finals at Fortress. And a worst case scenario, we're going to have a watch party. So no matter what, we're going to have a lot of fun. If you want to find out how to get there, !finals in the chat. Take a look at that. We'll come back to that one a little bit later once again. We're back to the Bulldogs up against the Conquerors here on Sand River. Can the Bulldogs find themselves a win?
Well, we're on the way to doing it at the moment, aren't they? 1-0 up. They're off to a good start. Exactly the way they wanted it to pan out as well. They didn't have to work too hard. They didn't have to show too much, Kev. But now onto the attack does make things a little bit more difficult. It's Bulldogs that are going to have to dictate how this game plays out. And against an STRV 103B, no less. So that's a little bit of a curveball. Not something that we see a lot on Sand River. And it'll be a difficult tank to dig out, if it is even able to be dug out.
That's a hold down position. So only time that SDRV is going to be vulnerable is if you just dive and collapse on it. Want to also point out as well, they are using an UDES on the side of Bulldogs. I wanted to touch on a point. Remember, the defensive side on this map is a lot more favored. There's been a lot more teams taking victory in the defense, probably 80 or 90% if you look at it overall for every single team. Attack, it's so hard to win. It really is. So let's see how it goes. Pretty interesting loadout that Rabbi's actually using. So he's got optics instead of maybe like another gun handling kind of stabilizer, vents, for example. He's gone for optics, really needs that vision. I think the UDES doesn't have the best vision for a medium tank, which doesn't surprise me. 140 also comes out for Callum, which is a bit surprising as well. We don't see the 140 too much. And even with the 7 degrees of gun depression and the maneuverability, it's still an interesting one to be bringing out onto Sand River. IS-7 does get spotted out. Don't want to be crossing into a Kronwagen and Super Conk, but with this weakness, with 2 tanks situated up north, I feel like you might actually want to go towards the 1 flag instead. And I think Dark's got the right idea at the moment. Dark's thinking where you're going to be putting the STRV. I've already cleared out a couple of these areas. Where is this STR going to be at? Unfortunately for Dark, doesn't really have the optics.
Oh, well, whether he had the optics or not, he's not going to spot that STRV.
Is AVP firing HE at these guys? I think he is. He's firing HE, yep.
HE always does damage, so it's basically better.
He's not going to have too many rounds to do damage with, so...
I mean, if you connect 2 or 3, then that's kind of worth one shot of damage, where otherwise you're not at all getting any damage. You know what I mean? So...
I mean, I remember the old time where I didn't take any damage from a shot and my gunner died. So this is really annoying because with the Super Conk, especially the Kronwagen as well, it does have some weird armor where it's like HE just, I mean, you can't really do much with, like, HE just injures your module so much. Like your driver dies and you're like, are you kidding me? Like, I've taken 100 damage, my driver's dead. I've taken no damage, my gunner's dead. How does this game work?
Well, pretty favorable trades in the end for Conquerors because over committing their AVP does bleed a couple of shots. So I think you might have gotten actually 3 HE shell through, but copped 2 regular shots from the Kronwagen.
It's never ideal. So, okay, what are these bat chats going to do? What are these tanks up north going to do? Are they going to try and collapse on the STRV, then push the mediums potentially onto the Super Conk and Kronwagen and try to out DPM them? Callum's making a bit of a move right now. Wants to be a bit careful. 140 does have some delicate modules as well.
Well, the Udez sitting up in A3 is also keeping an eye on things for AVP, so he's not isolated in a sense.
3.5 minutes, though. Bulldogs need to make a move pretty soon. And I think the plan needs to be, okay, I7's bled out a little bit too much. He can't really fight against a Kronwagen and a Super Conk, so you need to have a Udez backing this up. But where are they going to take this STB? Is he going to take Madhouse's position to get the bat chat to push in, or is it going to be another way around? Super Conk's moving right now from Slayer as well. Okay, 140 has been spotted out. Ravi's taken a shot, which is never ideal for an Udez. Talking about terrible modules on a tank, Udez is one of those. Your fuel tank's located right at your lower hull. Don't know who designed that, but... yeah. I mean, I guess the theory is sound. If you hold down, no one's going to shoot you in the lower hull, right? But the problem is, in this game, everyone will try to shoot you in the lower hull. And guess what happens? You get set on fire. Enjoy your gameplay experience from that point onwards. This is smart from AVP, tucking in underneath the ridgeline. You're going to get the proxy spots, you're going to make sure that you're really safe, and just make sure that you don't get farmed by the SCRV, because that's what he'll want to do.
Yeah, most definitely.
Goober's not firing, though.
Shot went back in his direction from
Goober's been
AVP.
spotted.
Now Goober has been spotted, and that is a big piece of information for Bulldogs, but they don't have a whole lot of time to work with here, Kevin. We don't want to see the same problem arising for Bulldogs that did for Conquerors. Inactivity is a loss. Madhouse has a broken turret, a broken track, a damaged rack, and he is going to have to duck back on down. That is a lot of bleed, but for what? Well, Dark has taken the opportunity and the distraction to push on top of Goober, and he has well enough damage to deal with the SCRV. It will be the first blood drawn in this round, and Bulldogs off to a fantastic start, assuming Dark doesn't get chased down by the STB1, but he's in a bat chat. He has repaired that track and should be able to get away with his life, if not all of the HP that he has remaining.
Good
here.
shots.
Allows some setups, though, as the crossfire does come through, and Camo cops a couple.
This is perfect, actually, right now for Bulldogs, because this actually gives you the ability to dive onto the camo. You can see Madhouse needs to take the low route. Dark going in a little bit too early. I don't feel like Dark should have gone in. Should have waited a little bit more for a bit more of a distraction. He might go down for free camo.
He dodged it. He dodged it, Kev.
Trolling, yeah, but still, he's one shot at the moment. Unless the STB gun decides to troll you, which it does. It allows Dark to maybe get the second shot off, which is better than nothing at all. Madhouse has enough in the clip to finish off camo. Now Jorator's come into the battle, which means they can put 2 tanks down over here. Ravi also going to take this one-on-one fight against the 140. I7 still keeping the Kronwagen as well as the Super Conk occupied. 140, where is he going? He's going away from the cap. Bulldogs need to put 2 on, but there's no time. But the 140's been ignited.
Yeah, that's really bad news, and that might be the death sentence for the Conquerors right here. 34 seconds. Madhouse with 2 in the clip. Joatora also a one-shot. It's AVP trying to win the 2-on-1. The crime bargain on the reload. Ravi has upheld his end of the bargain, but can he get there to help out, get rid of these last two remaining heavy tanks? AVP dealt with, still on the reload. Madhouse should get these final two shots off, and he needs to get them into Bluey, needs to finish him off. No, the Super Conqueror reload is just fast enough, and with 10 seconds, there will not be time, surely not for the Bulldogs to finish this one off. They got close enough, but they didn't get far enough, and the Conquerors will be able to hang on another round on Sand River that times out. This time, not for lack of trying from the attackers, but in the end, Conquerors will equalize one apiece.
They will do. Talk about shooting your shot. I don't know how many bad rolls the Conquerors had in that one. I would not want to be keeping tally if I was them, because it would just make me feel bad. But nevertheless, Conquerors come through with the goods of victory on defense. At some point during that whole thing, I'm not sure if the cap got reset or everyone just drove off and went for the attack. I want to see the replays and who got the resets in. But Kev, talk me through that game, because that got pretty hectic towards the end.
I feel like it was just 10 seconds of difference where maybe Dark hangs back a little bit more when he just holds onto the reload, forces the STB on the side of the Conquerors. I think it was like forcing Camo into a worse situation than getting Joe Toro to trade, getting Madhouse into the fight. They've got some more HP in the bat chats at the end of the day where they can go back in and they can sit on the cap, get the IS-7 and Udes fighting the Crown Bargain and Super Conks. So even though they need to cross and get the reset, you bleed them out effectively, then go in for the brawl. I don't know. That was a very close one. I felt like for Conquerors, definitely getting a little bit lucky over there for the Crown Bargain and the Super Conqueror. AVP can't make a move because he bleeds out a little bit too early on. You have to say, though, you get so unlucky for Callum. He gets ignited, gets ammo racked towards the end as well, gets absolutely detonated by the Udes, even for the STB, right? Like, Camo rolls a 319 on a 360 Alpha gun. How does that happen? Where it allows Dark to get an extra shot in. Shouldn't be in that
Dark
close.
On Mrs. Dark, then Dark's on like 13 HP or something. To be fair, I think Dark probably came in a few seconds, just a smidge too early there, perhaps. But look, overall, the Bulldogs started that one off well. The Conquerors did exactly what they needed to do to win, even though it looked like sometimes the odds were against them. And for them, obviously, a draw for the Conquerors tonight, Jordan, far more favorable than a draw for the Bulldogs.
Well, obviously, given the fact that it was Bulldogs' map pick there at Sand River, then yes, I probably would agree with you that the draw is a little more favorable for Conquerors. But I do also have to question the ability to get the 2-0 on Ghost Town. To me, it doesn't really feel like an easy map to get a 2-0 on. We haven't seen Conquerors being able to do that in most cases as well. Obviously, you go back to that Sentinels result, there is that to sort of discuss. But aside from that, I mean, it feels like it's a bit more of a 50-50 map when it's Conquerors playing it. So I suppose we really have to wait and see what Bulldogs have got in the wheelhouse for this second map, because I think at this stage, Bulldogs, to be honest, a draw, like we discussed earlier, isn't really enough. Yes, it knocks them out. It knocks them out?
It knocks them out. A draw knocks
100%? Okay.
100% knocks them out, except for,
So
for Bulldogs, it is
done the math.
It wasn't me. I have to be honest.
The spreadsheet. He's stolen somebody else's math.
I have stolen.
Confirming.
I will confirm. I am using Saxon as well as Callum. This Callum AU's spreadsheet. They decided to sit down and work through a lot of things. I cannot take credit for this one, so I'm just referring off their work. And obviously, it's fantastic stuff because it does give you a bit of indication now that Bulldogs, they're going to be under the pump a little bit more. As soon as you lose one, that's it. Your finals chances are completely over. If there was any case,
Yeah, I'm looking as well, just checking it, and it seems like that's the case. So, yeah, I mean, I guess I'll reiterate my statement. The draw is not enough.
Draw is not enough. So that really, to me, obviously, that changes how you play, right? Like, it's not just about coming out, maybe we need to win. It's full send, as far as I'm concerned, for the Bulldogs. For the Conquerors, at least they have their map coming up. Ghost Town, a draw, as we said, probably will be enough for them. But the reality is you probably don't want to verse the Matildas either. Let's be real. You probably don't want fourth seed. Assuming the Matildas come out as first seed, you probably don't want to verse them. I certainly wouldn't. To be fair, the teams are again closer this year than they have been in previous seasons. So, first versus fourth is not a guaranteed win for first, certainly in this particular scenario, particularly when we need to stretch it out to a victory. A draw doesn't get you anywhere, right? When you're looking at tiebreakers, when you're looking at trying to come away as a victor and make your way through to land finals. So I hit that one again. !finals in chat. You can take a look at the tickets for The land finals at Fortress, as we said, living in a COVID world. Look, if the world starts to end, maybe it's going to turn into a viewing party, but fingers crossed, looking pretty good. I'm keen. Hopefully, everyone's going to get to be there. Go through to the link and you can pick up your tickets. You can register for that one. I believe we're all going to be there unless Jordan, I don't know, people vote you out. I don't know how we can vote you out, but it's an option. The clock maybe can come. We'll see. Need to get some really good packaging, but love to see everyone from the community there. It's going to be a super hype weekend, May 22nd. That's going to be our finals in just under a month. I honestly don't know who's going to be there. Like, you can look at the top sort of 6 and say they're all probably in with a shot, and you can look at the Matildas and say they've been looking pretty good this season, but we saw how finals changed last season, right? We saw how teams we thought were guaranteed shoo-ins did not make it through to the grand finals. But for the Conquerors, they'll be looking for a win. A draw is probably enough. The Brisbane Bulldogs, though, they need to full send here on Ghost Town. They're going to have a shot at top 4.
Yeah, well, for Conquerors, a draw in some cases is going to be enough, but it kind of leaves it up to a 50-50, and it leaves it up to a bunch of the other results. So I'm sure they're not too eager to rest on their laurels here, and they will also be looking for the 2-0. That is what's required. End of story for both of the teams out of Ghost Town. But again, like I said, Kev, doesn't feel exactly like a 2-0 map. I lean towards a 50-50 here more often than not.
It's been a while since we've seen a couple of clean 2-0s. I think Sentinels lost this 0-2 against the Conquerors, and then the Matildas. Did they 2-0? They 2-0'd some team at Ghost Town. Was it the Sentinels again? I think it was. They brought 4 Spies in. Well, like, no way they win this, and then they won it. So
that was a bit of an out there strategy. And I suppose speaking of out there strategies, Bulldogs have got something that's a little different to what we normally expect. A 50B, a Bat Chat, and a T100 LT definitely feels like you're overloading a little bit on the mobility.
The thing, though, is that with the mobility, right, especially if you get your E100s into a very favorable position. So how Bulldogs are setting up right now is a bit more towards the one flag of things, towards the north side of the map. We've seen probably like this divergence. Before, teams would just set up on the left side, the defender's side. Dark just pushing this pretty much all the way, spots out of 113, and you're going to be wondering for Bulldogs, hang on a second, okay, T100 LT's probably spotted us out, but where is he along these bushes? He could be all the way up here, like K9 at the moment, K0, almost impossible to dig T100 LT out. Even if you push 2 Bat Chats in, it's going to be so hard to chase down. And even for Madhouse, he's just going to stay tucked away, setting up the crossfire potential with the 50B with the E100s. Enough HP to get the cap reset in case the Conquerors do come onto the cap. I do like, though, that the Conquerors have gone for a different strategy. They're not doing the same thing. It may look like it's the same thing. They're getting onto the 2 flag, but the way they're taking it is very different. Now, Goober has been spotted out. So this is going to be a huge indication. It has to be a 2 flag play, obviously, because there was nothing found on the right side of the map. But the more tanks that are being spotted out right now, this is going to be better for Bulldogs, and that already is not going to be ideal. Huge chunk of damage, 530 alpha in the side of the 113.
Good start from AVP. The 2 Bat Chats on the one line. I mean, Madhouse is hanging around there. He hasn't been spotted just yet. Does have perhaps some assistance from his 50B buddy if the push does come to shove. Good movement so far, though, from Dark. He's been able to push up, taking a lot of map control down there on the K line. So it's all kind of going to plan right now for Bulldogs.
He's playing like the reverse role, where like normally you see the attacking side maybe put a tank over there. This time around it's a bit different. And like you feel a bit scared for Madhouse, but the truth is, he's fine. He's got a 50B to cover him off. E100s as well are able to assist, get a couple of crossfires in. For Bat Chats, they're a bit delicate. 530 alpha is a big, like, hitting blow. So even if you've got 2 Bat Chats, you have to remember, E100s can rock back a little bit. You get blasted. This T100 LT, it's starting to take a bit more initiative. It's starting to probe a little bit further. And it means that the Bat Chats, they're locked away at the moment. They can't really rotate out. So T100, like, all Dark needs to do is just maybe just keep driving down the grassy line, spot out a few tanks. Everyone goes, oh yeah, there's a tier 100 LT. You just ignore it, right? But he's just staying alive at the moment. And you're going to spot out the Bat Chat rotation.
They're working really hard for those free beers at Fortress. You can see them every time they fly past a little Fortress sign in the game. They're really focusing in on it.
Look,
see if we can find another one, lads.
If we're going down and Fortress go, Just for a shout out, we're going to give you a free frothy. I'm not going to say no. There you have it. T1 LT. It's going to outrun these bat chats, especially if it gets into the bush line. It's wasting time right now for the Conquerors because you look at it and you go, oh, this is dangerous. Of course not. How are you going to spot a T1 LT with this loadout?
Well, you're not.
Look at that.
And
He's got
Dark's
50% camo on the move. Or like 48, 49%. The only way you spot a bat chat out, the only way a bat chat spots a T100 LT out in the open is like, oh yeah, if he's got, you have to be maybe 200 meters out. In the bush, good luck. You're never going to spot him. So now they do decide to push, but your bat chats are nowhere there. Madhouse is deciding to come across now. He's going to smack some butts of E100s and 113. He needs to be careful, of course, but the bat chats are always going to be spotted out.
Well, the bat chats are back on the move in the direction of Madhouse. He isn't lit, but will scurry away nicely. Oh, does manage to get spotted, and so now some of the shots are going to start to come through. That's probably not the most important fight to take a look at. Cold gets an early reset there onto Bluey. And so no harm, no foul just yet. Bulldogs are looking pretty solid here. 19 seconds left on that cap, but Conquerors can't really rely on that. And I like that they've recognized it early. They're going to try and make the push. They're going to try and isolate the fight onto Cold. And I don't know that they're going to be able to do that, to be honest. The map control just a bit too good for Bulldogs right now. Madhouse going 1v1 against Camo. Will win that battle. And he has a couple of shots worth of HP left to his name, so he can get out of there with 28 seconds on the reload and come back to fight another day. Dark arrives in the fight. T100 LT finishes Bluey off. And Kev, I'm going to finish your sentence. This should be a win for the Bulldogs.
Yep, as long as they don't do something too silly right now, which is like over peaking or anything, you're trading effectively, wait and count your shots, you utilize your numbers. Goober obviously going to be on the reload, but 50 Bs coming off clip. Madhouse is going to be still alive. You focus down the Super Conk because he's the DPM target. Goober's now come off. He's going to put some rounds into, get rid of the E100s at the very least, but now Callum's going to go down. And unfortunately for Callum, he's not going to have really much of a fight. Goober just trying to get through the front of an E100. It's pretty difficult sometimes. He's only got one shot left, and that's it. It's going to be GG. Bulldogs had the tanks there. All comes down to that information game, and Dark
missed.
Dark misses, but he doesn't even get the ram kill. It's going to be Madhouse, so for all Madhouse fans out there, he gets the fantasy points. Dark fans, suck it. He sucks. He's a low tier clear. He's a low tier seal clubber, and that's why he missed that shot.
I just get over the top of that one for you, Kev. Don't say mean things. We're only allowed to say mean things about JT and Elfish Guy and you. That's it. That's all it. The Bulldogs come through with a defensive victory, gents. Look, there are a few things I love more in this game than seeing the triple cap. I do enjoy when the triple cap turns into like three tanks rolling out, realizing they probably can't cap and going for the kill. Unfortunately, this time around, though, Jordan, not working out for the Conquerors.
Yeah, definitely a nice setup, really, from Bulldogs. You could kind of see that they've run that a few times. They knew what they needed to do. Dark looked sublime in that T100 LT. He didn't get a huge amount of damage out, but his impact was felt. That's for sure. Love to see how much assist damage he got, because I think the Batchats did actually take a couple of shots off of his spotting. 2 kills for him as well. Does manage to clean up a couple, and yeah, some nice stuff really across the board, I thought, from Bulldogs. A very, very well-researched strategy, and a very, very nice setup that I didn't honestly think was going to work out so well. Only the 393 through there from the T100 LT, but look, I mean, I think at this point, it was more the information as opposed to the spotting and assisting damage that kind of won the game there for the Bulldogs. And yeah, like I said, I mean, it's a bit non-standard, right, when it comes to Ghost Town. You've got a bit of a lighter lineup, having the T100 LT and the Bat Chat, and even to an extent the 50B, right? It's just the 2 E100s that are sort of in that city brawl, and maybe the 50B floating in and around and playing the flank. But yeah, they just sort of played it to perfection, out-rotated, out-positioned, game of cat and mouse, really, with Conquerors there, and they made it work quite nicely. Speaking of animals, I hear a dog.
Is it yours, Jordan? Because it's
definitely not mine. It's definitely not mine. My dog doesn't have a bark that loud.
I do have a strat sketch if we have time to get to it.
I was going to ask, can you? Yeah, have we got time to do that? Because that was really interesting. Strat, I could hear the excitement in your voice as that game progressed, and I know you're enjoying where Madhouse was as well. So talk us through what we saw from the Bulldogs.
It's a bit scuffed because it's because like these maps don't really show kind of like the hills that you can really play with, but it looks like this position is very dangerous. But when you cross over, so if you bat chat, say for example, which eventually moved over towards here and here, when they cross over, they are exposed to both a firing angle here, as well as here from the 50B, E100s can rock back and take 1 or 2 shots in. So if you're asking why they didn't just push in and clear out the bat chat, that's a problem. You're going to cop so many shots in. There's a couple of bushes for this bat chat to work with. He can rock back down into here, which exacerbates the problem because he gets over another hill. It goes underneath. You're just going to be exposed to E100s. We saw at the end of the day, even over here, hills to fight with. This is the player I wanted to talk about. Dark, he may be at the bottom of the scoreboard. We might laugh at his shooting skills because the dispersion sucks in the tier 100 LT sometimes, but he wins the game pretty much for that. He creates so much pressure going down this line. It's so hard to spot this angle out, right? Any light tanks playing around this area, and if you don't have a light tank, you might as well say GG, go next. This is one of the most oppressive areas when it comes to standard ghost town. When it comes to encounter or attack and defense, it's not used that much, right? And that's why it's so brilliant, because when you think about it, why would you drive into their spawn to take map control? But you see so much pressure at places, because as soon as the tier 100 LT gets over here, he's spawning out these tanks. He's keeping eyes on these E100s, these 113s. These E100s are hold down. These guys never really feel comfortable because they go, there's a flank potential coming out from here. We've lost one side of the map. Our bat chats have lost the ability to go anywhere. So what do we have to do? Well, we have to hope we can punish Dark. Let's go back, guys. Let's go see if we can spot him. As soon as the tier 100, tier 100 LT is going to be over here, well, as I said earlier, you're not going to outspot him. So he just runs all the way, goes through this line, goes a bit deeper. These guys waste a minute coming back, looking for a tank they can never really kill unless Dark makes a mistake, and they go, well, back in the battle over here. How much time does that waste? It just wastes so much time, all because you brought a tier 100 LT in defense, which, when you think about it, it reduces your firepower so much. But when you use it in the right way, it's not going to reflect in the stats. It's not going to be ever reflected in terms of anything. It's a game-winning play. He's taking that initiative, buying that space, going early on. It comes down to a cat and mouse game because the enemy knows where you are. Like the rough whereabouts because of Sixth Sense. But it's up to you to also make the micro adjustments to keep outplaying your opponent. And that's like the prime outplay pretty much. And all your E100s need to do from that point is just weather the storm, and they did that fantastically as well.
Yeah, it was a great strat overall. I love to see the rollout here, but at this point it's almost too little too late, and you can see there, obviously when there are only 3 tanks remaining, it was pretty much game over. So free farm for the Bulldogs for their Fantasy League points. The thing for me though, Jordan, right? Clearly the Bulldogs came into this defensive side of Ghost Town with a strat. They have 1 round left, potentially, for this season, right? They're on attack on Ghost Town, a map they didn't pick. I kind of feel like maybe they prepared for this. Do you think they would have? And
most definitely.
They're going to have to pull out something special, though, right? Because they've barely come away with a win all season long. It's been struggle street. This is their last chance. The Bulldogs, on attack here on Ghost Town, need to find the victory. For the Christchurch Conquerors, however, a draw from them is the best that they can get, and it's probably enough to get them through. So both of these teams trying to keep their finals hopes alive. 1 map remains.
Yeah, I mean, we got confirmation through from Mateo as well, just while we were having a chat. Obviously, we mentioned it going into Ghost Town. The Bulldogs did need to secure the 2-0 here to make it through to playoffs, and that is confirmed now as well as of the end of last round. If they get the draw, Bulldogs will not make it to playoffs. Conquerors do still have the opportunity if this is a draw for themselves. Kev, have you got any intel as to whether or not it matters? If Conquerors do lose, can they still make it?
If they lose, I think there's absolutely no chance whatsoever. Unless it's like some other really scuffed results. Let me quickly take a look over here.
I just had a quick look, and yeah, they can't make it if they lose. Seems to be the takeaway.
It does feel like they're a little bit too far down. Unfortunately, there's no scenario, so they really need that draw to keep their finals chances alive at the moment. And it does look like it's going to be set up towards the north side for everyone at this point in time. No one over there at the south side. 50B spotted out. Not ideal. Couple of shots going to be fired, but the trade eventually is going to go in the favor of absolutely not Bulldogs. AVP makes a cross, gets punished for it. Doesn't realize where the E100s are. They spotted out the 50B on camo, and there were some shots being taken. Now Goober's been spotted out Madhouse. Happy to exchange a few. 1 for 1. Just for now. Ravi, 277 can push up, but he's trying to find that timing right now. Where does he want to go? Where does he want to punish the aggression?
Doesn't feel too enjoyable right now for Bulldogs. It kind of feels like they've been choked out of a lot of map control from that push in the town. And I don't know if the Bat Chats are going to be able to deal with Goober. Can they cross without being spotted? The
They've been
50B
spotted, yeah.
is there, can absolutely punish. Surely some shots are going to fly on through here. Dark starts to cop some, but seems to be relatively unscathed so far. Madhouse doing okay for himself as well. They've gotten to the top of the hill, and they've been able to push Goober off the line. This sets up some shots for Madhouse. Camo is surely done here. Can he get around the corner? No is the answer as Madhouse finds the opener for the Bulldogs. They're making a run in for playoffs. They want it so badly, and they've got the 4-on-5 now.
That's where you look at it. You can't really blame Camo not landing shots. There's a bit of a distance. The pressure's starting to get to you. 50B gun handling trolls you a little bit in these Bat Chats, and there you have it. The Bat Chat's just trying to buy time at the moment, trying to get that reload off. Goober obviously just going to be spotting things out, but Madhouse going to be very confident taking this fight right now. And you can see he's feeling confidence. He's just peaking in his form right now. 2-for-1 trade, always going to be favorable, considering you have another Bat Chat with you. Ravi still full HP, ready to go into the fight once these Bat Chats win on the extremity, and they should win. The E100s, the 113 and the Super Comp need to make a move, but there's no move to be made. Goober's trying to run. He's just going to be sitting prey right now. Dark as well as Madhouse. The question of who's going to get the final shot. Dark doesn't miss this time. 5-on-3. So much time to work with. Your tanks have no ability to push on the side at Conquerors. This has to be either a huge misplay from the Bulldogs for them to lose, but they're buying themselves a chance to make their way into the finals.
Well, it's a win for one and a big loss for the other. It's obviously a playoff spot for Bulldogs on offer at the cost of a playoff spot for the Conquerors. One team gets to experience a lot of joy this evening and the other a lot of disappointment. It seems like it will be Bulldogs to get the former and Conquerors to get the latter at this point. Madhouse trundles into the town with a full clip loaded. Tuck already under pressure, doesn't need another tank to think about, but really, will it make much of a difference whether it's a Bat Chat coming in to get the kill or an E100, because Tuck is dead no matter which way you paint it. Ignite through as well. It just cannot get any worse for the Conquerors. Dark's opportunity as well as he starts to get on the flank of Slayer, and it's Bluey and Slayer who will be the final two players to experience the death throes for the Conquerors. They had a decent start to the season. They had their moments. They beat the Sentinels, and we thought that Conquerors might be an exciting prospect, but in the end, they are going to be knocked out of playoffs contention right here and right now by the Brisbane Bulldogs, who have been a little bit of a roller coaster, to be fair, but they've come good in the final week. A 3-1 the scoreline and a great performance in the end. They almost have secured themselves a spot. I'm not sure on the math exactly if that is 100% secured,
not 100%.
or if we need to wait on some other results, but they have done everything within their power, essentially, to do so without getting the 4-0. Obviously, that would be a little bit better for the 4 and against, but, you know, acceptable, and even, in fact, more than acceptable from Bulldogs today. You got to give them credit.
Considering the limited number of victories we've seen this season, the Bulldogs pick up only their second victory of the season. It bumps them from like 6th or 7th place up to currently second, with obviously six teams still left to play tonight, but puts them on 9 points, only one behind the Matildas for now, and a great position to be in. And can I just want to say, to me, this looks like an entirely different Bulldogs team to what I've seen from them. They were eager, they were aggressive, and they seemed to know what they were doing. No meme, no shade on what we've seen from them previously during this season, but compared to how the Bulldogs line up, and obviously a bit of a different team in season 1, how they came into finals, this is the way that you want to come into finals, isn't it, Jordan? This is you want to come in with a great game. This is a good victory and a nice way to finish off the regular season.
Oh, it's definitely a better feeling than what it was at the end of last season, where Bulldogs lost the final round of their last season against Action X, and then came into the finals, lost their semi, and it was like, oh, well, they've lost 2 games this entire season, but now they're out.
Yeah.
We didn't really get to, didn't feel like we really got to see them in the finals, unfortunately. So
no, it's
not the most ideal run, obviously, for Bulldogs. I think there's been a bit of an up and down, but it does show some tenacity and some willpower to get through the season, stick it out, come into the final week, have a good game. So I definitely think the Bulldogs deserve a spot in the top 4. Who it's at the expense of, I won't necessarily say just yet. We'll have to wait and see. But it does seem like they are almost in. I think there's a couple of potential outcomes that would knock them out of contention, but the likelihood seems so high now that it will be Bulldogs going through that you can almost assume that they're there.
Yeah, very, very close. 9 points for them. Unfortunately for the Christchurch Conquerors, they'll finish the season on 7 points, which currently puts them in 5th place, which is obviously, it means there's no way for them to make it up into the top 4. So they will just drop out of finals contention. But nevertheless, a good season from them. Not the result they were looking for their final week of play. But nevertheless, it's been great to see them progress. Look, Kev, talk us through these highlights. Talk us through all the points that Dark's going to be getting for my fantasy league team tonight.
Batch out difference. That's what the kids are saying these days, right? Batch out diff. It's so hard playing as Goober or as an AMX 50B because you're trying to dance around, you're trying to make it work, but it's so difficult to actually. It's so difficult to actually win a fight when you're a single batch out against two AMX 50B. It doesn't have armor at the end of the day, and you can go. Hang on a second, where are these shots gone? Dark's actually I think pointing out the stats earlier, Dark actually managed to bounce 2 shots, and that's just where the pressure comes in. I think with the Conquerors, when it came to the crunch time of them landing the shots, some of them missed or they were panicking on some of the times to take the shots, whereas for Madhouse, because he knew, when you're playing as a duo bat chat, when you know you've got that tag team, there's no longer that pressure to really go, I have to hit every single one of my shots. Ooh. I can miss one, I can rely on someone else. So there you have it. Yep. Brisbane Bulldogs 2 wins at the very end. Making it happen. Maybe it's the inverse case. We thought Madhouse was washed up at the beginning of the season. Then he's played the game. He's gone, hey, I'm pretty good at this again. He's fired up the rest of the guys. There you have it.
It's crazy to see. I'm not going to say it's the Madhouse difference. I asked him the other day how old he was when he came to finals to Castworths. He was like 15 or something, which is insane. So you can't be washed up yet. Even if that was 5 years ago, it's still too early to be washed up. So as we know, the tanking community is not the youngest community. So there's probably a good 50 years worth of Madhouse World of Tanks action ahead of him. So exciting times. I can't wait for ANZ PL season 82 and to see Madhouse as still calling or out there for the Bulldogs. But Kev, that's what a great game. What a great matchup to start off. I bring all the wins, okay? No draws with Sandman's here. That's what I'm going to say.
I think it's 2 things to take away. It's Bulldogs, there is still obviously a slight chance they don't make their way into finals. There's 2 outcomes. However outlandish, I think out of 9 or 10, they don't make their way into finals, but they've done what they needed to do, right? They've taken the victories towards the very end. They've put themselves in a good position. And for Conquerors, a bit of a heartbreak. They played well throughout the season. Realistically, it's a complete team rebuild. There was only one member there. They put together a team. They kept themselves competitive, which is more than what a lot of people would have given them credit for. And it's heartbreaking to go down at the very end. But you know what? It was still a good season. Still well played from Conquerors. I hope we see them back next season and they can make their way into the finals. Who knows? Yeah,
well, we will have to wait and see. But that is our first matchup done and dusted. I hope you're all enjoying Week 7 of ANZPL. Get the HyperX in chat. Republica Gamers in chat, plenty to give away, ! Finals to go and see how to claim your free ticket through to LAN Finals at Fortress on May 22nd. But for now, we're going to take a very quick break. When we come back, it's the Action X up against the Matildas. Matildas are guaranteed a spot, but every game impacts the other results. There's less than 81 potential opportunities right now, Kev. We'll have to wait and see, but we'll be back right after this break.
I don't know if I like to see this right now for the Bulldogs. Their players are isolated. I'd say Mad is probably done here. The STB-1 does just arrive, although the 277s have rocked up as well. Focus Fire is starting to come through. Madhouse wants to get out. He can't go anywhere, and that's a great start to my fantasy week. Thank you, Madhouse. And I think there might be a reason we don't see him back.
I mean, there's also a bunch of Bat Chats over here. The Bat Chat's now off reload. Geordie just being covered off at the point in time. Obviously, he's a DPM machine at this stage. The Bat Chats will have a couple of shots still left in here. The 277s really want to be doing the bulk of the work, but Saxon looks like he should be going down. No, the 277s will be able to bail that, and Ravi's going to cop another shot into the ammo rack, which means that, well, he's going to have both the E5 as well as the 277 just have no DPM at this stage.
Dark just gets absolutely blitzed. CS63 should get the kill. Bales might have overcommitted a little bit, does get traded down by Madhouse, and now it's Madhouse's opportunity to make amends for what happened in the last round. This should be a free kill onto Artie Noob, and it is. Beautiful. He gets himself a double, and will have a nice little pocket of safety to reload in that Bat Chat with. It's a good start for the Bulldogs. A 2-for-1 trade and map control as well.
Matildas have actually managed to bring the HP back. The E100s and the 113s are fighting together. The 60 TP has to take damage at the moment. And here comes Geordie at the moment. And sure, he bounces a shot in the Fosh B.
What's new, Kev? I feel like that's his modus operandi right now this season, but he is managing to get it done in the end. I think he might have even set Joe Atora on fire there. And so Madhouse is going to scurry away in that Bat Chat. Yep. Matildas found the brawl that they were looking for, and now Bales arrives in that Bat Chat as well. So there's reinforcements for Bulldogs, but there's arguably even stronger reinforcements for the Matildas. Dark now on his reload. Madhouse just about to come off of it and puts in as much damage as he can. Dispatching of Whippet. Geordie also drops, so Bulldogs equalize the numbers. But in the grand scheme of things, this does still feel like it is Matilda's round to lose. Bales on the reload isn't going to be a factor, and these next 10-15 seconds are very important for Bulldogs.
But very important, though, that Artie Noob was able to hit that shot in the CS63. You can see it. They're prioritizing the dangerous targets at this stage. CS63 does have DPM. He goes down first. Next target has to be, obviously, Ravi. 2+2 will be able to get another shot in. I don't know. I look at that and I go, that's really favoured for Adelaide Action X to really take the series, and then
CJ's about to get farmed if he gets spotted here. Yeah, there we go. JT slides a shot through, and so does the rest of the team. He's on fire as well right now. Think about all of those assists Russian is racking up right now. I'm assuming it was him to spot him out there from the flag, and well, that was the last-ditch attempt, really, it feels like, from Action X, who needed a reset on the cap. Now they're not going to get that, and now the overmatch favors Skorpions in every facet. It's a 5-on-3. We really need to see Russian getting a bit of a wriggle on here. He needs to get into mid because he'll have to be that crossfire that helps Knight out in this engagement. Inevitably, Knight dies to 2 Bat Chats. That's just a given. But it's a question of how much damage comes through. Oh, never mind. It's just 1 Bat Chat now. Great shot.
You forgot
across. I think it was from the IS-7, and Knight as well helping out. And of course, well, Kane can't do too much on his own.
He's hold down.
That is going to be a win for Skorpions. Skorpions won't be surprised by what they have gotten here, and it'll allow them to take some fairly sizable control by the donut. The Bat Chat's already there. And Dongalord gets absolutely boomed. What a start. JT, this time not in mid, but he's found the line anyway.
That is a disgusting angle from a TVP. I need to look at the replay because I'm taking that. Like, that is actually disgusting.
Yeah, CJ leading that charge.
Ouch.
Things not looking too crash hot for him. Might just survive. One more shot should do it, but can he at least get another out? No, never mind. JT and Napalmer find the openers for the Skorpions. And I think we all know exactly where we are headed now. This is most certainly looking like a 4-0. Russian in the Bat Chat is now Russian forward because he senses a bit of damage. He senses some Fantasy League points available on offer. This is now where everyone just wants to pick up that damage farm. They want the purple WN8 out of this one. And in the end, Knight is probably going to be picking up a lot of that damage in the TVP. He's been having a great round, a great night. So has the Skorpions. Returned and Celestia are back for Archers this week, so it's a good side.
Yeah, I mean, they're both pretty serviceable players. I mean, like, you look at across Archers, obviously all of them are solid and fantastic players, but really Celestia as well as Returned, probably your pick when it comes to the crunch time.
And the rest of these Conquerors players probably need to make something happen. Tuck from behind in the Super Conqueror could be the difference maker.
They need to dump over right now. Conquerors need to make the decisive move to dump over and actually get on top of these 5As. They can't afford to bleed out.
Well, I hope you're all enjoying your Friday night. I certainly am. ANZPL kicking off. It's been pretty good every time I'm here. There's guaranteed no draws and no draws so far tonight, gents. The next game, though, this is going to be a tricky one. We're still trying to work out where everyone sits. The only guaranteed result so far is that unfortunately the Conquerors can't make it through. However, the Bulldogs have given themselves a chance. They're currently sitting on 9 points. Coming up next, though, it's the Action X up against the Matildas. The Matildas currently on top of the ladder, a nice place to be, 10 points for them. The Action X, I think, sitting on 8 points at the moment. So even a draw for them puts them into that 9-point range, which is where maybe, second, third, fourth might sit at the end of tonight. But let's take a look at this Action X lineup. Kev, who have you been enjoying watching so far this season?
Oh, I've been enjoying all of them, right? CJ's been a good caller for them. I've seen some good performances in from Eugene, from Colin. Party every single time he comes in. You can rely on him, Speed and Kane even chipping in. But of course, my favorite player in the world is always going to be Donga Lord. Is a bit of a prophet, is built different, and he is going to absolutely frag today. That's what he claims.
I was going to say, I know Kev loves watching Dong, so that makes sense.
Everyone loves a little bit of Donga. I think anyone who says otherwise is just a hater.
Thank you for sharing that with everyone, Kev. But
Nice.
The Action X, look, they haven't had a bad season, to be fair. Sitting top 4 at the moment. They're currently in 3rd spot. A victory here up against the Matildas would actually put them on top of the leaderboard, believe it or not. So they would be number 1 should they come out with a victory tonight. So I don't want to play that down. The Matildas, though, as we said, currently sitting up the top. They're from Melbourne. They're looking for that hometown advantage, perhaps at Fortress later on. And they have had a great season so far.
Yeah, look, they've been fantastic. I mean, we sort of pegged them at the very start of the season to be a team that looked like they had received a couple of very, very good upgrades. And turns out that has been the case. I mean, the additions to the roster have looked fantastic. I think across the board, there was not that many players actually from Melbourne Matildas that remained. But Geordie came in, obviously being the IGL, has done a good job. Bales, Whippet, they've been very, very impressive on the bat chats. Mary Turnip has also done really, really well for himself. And I think the only remaining players from that roster were Saxon, Artie Noob, and 2+2, if I'm remembering things correctly. So it seems to have really come together nicely for the Melbourne Matildas. And in fact, they are the only team that is already confirmed through to playoffs. I suppose, Bulldogs are looking likely as well after their result, but even that one is still a bit of an up in the air. But for Matildas, they don't even need to win this game, and they will still make it through in some way, shape, or form. Obviously, they'd like to make sure that they can keep the undefeated streak going, and they obviously want to take first seed into the playoffs as well. So it's got to be a kind of low pressure situation that they find themselves in, which in theory is probably a good thing. I think most teams would prefer to have less pressure on their shoulders than more. And Whippet, the player to watch from the Matildas for this matchup, I will definitely be keeping a keen eye on him because he did get subbed out of my fantasy league team for Madhouse, and Madhouse had an okay game. I don't want to say it was awful, but I don't know. I was hoping for a little bit more, maybe from Madhouse, and we'll see if Whippet can do better, and whether or not I'm going to be asking for some response or for some compensation from yourself and from Karath after forcing me to swap to Madhouse.
Look, Jordan, whatever compensation you think you deserve, we deserve more for having to work with you. So, look, swings and roundabouts is what they say. We'll go back and you can sort of get the gist of what's going on here with our current standings. The Bulldogs and the Conquerors, their points have been updated for the match that they just played. And we will, of course, keep updating the standings for tonight. But you can see Matildas and the Action X, the teams going head-to-head now. Both actually on 2 wins here. But it's that, I guess, the draw, the loss, the scenario, how it all plays out is what makes it tough.
Yeah, because it's, even though you look at the standings and you go, hey, that's actually a pretty good position for Adelaide Action X to be in. I mean, A draw still can mean that they don't make their way through. They lose. There's a couple of scenarios, but you're relying on luck. You're relying on other scenarios. You're winning is the best chance, right? And I think importantly, looking at how Adelaide Action X have been faring recently as well, you're looking at it and going, okay, they're not doing too bad. 2 wins, 2 draws, 2 losses. At least you've done pretty well this season. The problem is, though, is how they achieved those victories. These last 2 weeks have not been good for them. And for Adelaide Action X, obviously, going on to Himmelsdorf might be a good reset point. Matildas have been pretty good in Cliff as well. Going to get a good brawl. Adelaide Action X, they need to dig deep at the moment because even if they do manage to sneak their way through the playoffs if they don't win today, I just feel like their form is not where they need to be right now. We always talk about peaking, always getting to the right stage. I mean, it is a hard ask after these last 2 weeks.
This one's interesting for me. So obviously, if you go onto the Fantasy League website, you can see the maps played and what the win rates are. The Action X haven't played Himmelsdorf this season, but it is their pick tonight when it counts.
No, they have.
They have. I feel like it hasn't been fully updated. I feel like they've definitely played Himmelsdorf before.
I mean, I know, Kev, that there was some issues with the maps on the website a couple of weeks ago.
Maybe I'm just getting baited by the fact that it's not up there yet. So,
yeah, I'm trying to throw my mind back.
Your expertise.
Well, I mean, in fairness, I am trying to throw my mind back and remember a Himmelsdorf game from Adelaide Action X, and I can't actually put my mind to one. So it may be correct.
No, they have never picked it. They have played it, but they've never picked it, I feel like. So,
all right, baited by Fantasy League. Nevertheless, that's why my points are bad. We'll get into it now. We're on to Himmelsdorf. This one is the pick of the Adelaide Action X. And looking for a good result tonight to keep them in good stead for finals. The Matildas looking to keep themselves on top.
It's certainly a good matchup.
I was going to say, I'll take that back. They actually did pick this map in week 2. I did slightly remember they definitely picked it. They were very convincing. It was against the Conquerors, I believe, and it was a convincing victory that week in week 2. That was where we started hyping up Adelaide Action X. Their second time they did play it, it was that heartbreaking defeat that they had. CJ got caught out in the open in the Super Conk, and at the very final second, Dongalord in the 705A got penned by E100 from Zanin.
Oh man,
I think it was. So it was a while ago, but it definitely they have played this a couple of times. But
to the game at hand, Kevin, there's a fair bit to talk about here. Obviously, we're looking at the Foch B. It seems to be the signature tank for the Matildas these days, and they've brought it out once again. Interesting also to note, Mary Turnup is back. No Geordie in the roster today for the Matildas, at least for this first game. So playing without your IGL, or at least as the player that I thought was the caller for the roster.
Well, it's like
an interesting choice.
I think it's like you also need to get maybe a couple of match days, right? And I think Mary Turnip, hopefully, is recovering well. I did remember that he had a bit of an accident last week, and look, if he's playing tanks, it looks like he must be fine, right? Or like he's recovering, so that's always good to see.
Think so? Yep.
And look, you're still not like, even without their IGL, I'm like, well, you look at who they have. Nevertheless, I digress a little bit. Everything's set up towards the railway side of things, and the E100 is going to be pushing straight into Eugene, who's not going to have a fun time holding on. He's definitely going to be overwhelmed pretty soon. Now it's up to the Super Conks to be punishing these E100s.
Yeah, Mary Turnip's going to try and push forward and get his shot through here as well. The focus fire so far going into RT Noob. A nice bounce, and that hasn't gone too well for Matildas. I feel like if you're going to push this, you really have to commit to it. Eugene does cop a shot through to the track, but RT Noob is now able to side scrape and potentially deal with Eugene. I think he'll need some help though. Bales and Mary Turnip will start to push through to give him some assistance. That said, the bleed really is starting to become a little bit too much here for the Matildas. Bales sees the Super Conqueror firing, knows that he can sneak out another shot here as well, but so far it's not so good for the Matildas. Action X have a nice defensive setup. Matildas have kind of walked into the trap, and whipping in that Foch B has not really been able to have too much of an impact. Is starting to get into a firing position now, but with only 3 shots left in the clip, he definitely won't be able to finish off the Super Conqueror, and now it's a bit of free farm for Dongalord and CJ.
Yeah, I think Adelaide Action X, they've just won on the pure virtue. When a 277 is in that position, you need to dive and kill it quick. Then get into the next pocket hole. So you need to just get into like next to CJ, start fighting with E100s. Like, look where they've died. It's like they barely did any damage to Eugene, which is a bit of RNG, a bit of whatever you call it. It's a strong position to be in for sure. But when you have 3 tanks fighting against one, it shouldn't be Eugene that's only taking 2 damage and gone, I'm feeling pretty good about myself. So,
yeah, for sure.
Look, for Matildas, it's not like the end of the world, right? They've kind of managed to make their way forward into finals, so maybe they're trying something a bit different. But maybe this is also like, we did talk about Geordie not being in this lineup, and this is a case of maybe looking at it, having that decisive call, or having a person who just overrides everything and goes, you need to go in now.
Saxon should be able to get the kill here onto CJ, while Bales just sort of mills around and takes a bit more damage from Eugene. Honestly, not a whole lot that the Matildas can do from this point onwards, but Like to see them go down with at least some semblance of a fight, and that's good from Saxon so far. He's been at least decisive enough to push into the courtyard, take down one tank. It's a very, very convincing victory at the end of the day, though, here for Action X. Matildas really do not have a whole lot to write home about. Bales will be lucky to get one more shot off here. Colin won't quite be able to finish him off, but it really depends on the reload here from Bales if he gets it before speed, which it looks like he might just be able to sneak through. Bounces it, and in the end, it is going to be Action X that secure the win. I don't know, there's not really a whole lot to say there. It just felt like Matildas thought, hey, here's our plan. We're going to try and push in, and
we're going to roll down the 2-3 line and see what we do. I'm so used to going to Himmelsdorf and waiting 10 minutes for tanks to slowly roll up the right-hand side on the hill and then roll on down to the cap. But I actually really enjoy that format of Himmelsdorf. But Matildas, Kev, not enjoying that one at all. Talk us through what you saw, because that was quite peculiar to me. It was over almost before it started.
Yeah, so E100s and 277 decide to push into Eugene. They cannot kill Eugene, therefore they decide to die. 3.6k damage block. Jeez. I mean, you can look at it and go, that's the 277 armor holding up everything. That's also like a bit of RNG going in his favor. That's also the Matildas not pushing the correct way over there. Like, when you're told to dump in that position, you don't drive to the right and go, oh, I'm going to try and trade with the 277 and hope the Super Conk doesn't punish me with my turret turn sideways. You need to get into that position. You need to really dig that position out. You will take more HP damage, sure, but then it's a 5-on-4. You try to utilize your numbers advantage to go forward from there. So, look, maybe it's a bit of complacency coming in for the Matildas, where you go, because it's not a do or die time. They get a little bit loose. They're maybe not as focused. They're not as decisive as they would have been. There isn't Geordie on the team. And as much as like people love to rag on Geordie for his moments where he bounces 3 shots off a CS63, maybe this is a case of this is why he's so integral to a team. It's not because he does 700 damage in a game, but it's a decisive calling. This is night and day between like a different Matilda lineup and with Geordie and without Geordie.
I agree with you, Kev. I think as well, in addition to that, Geordie is normally one of the heavy tank players. He's normally in something like a 277. He's normally the player that's kind of spearheading that offensive. So he's the one that is, even if it's not so much about the call, at least he's the one getting the guys to kind of go, if that makes sense. You know, sometimes you just need a go signal, and it didn't really feel like they kind of got that. Mary Turnip was happy to push forward, and Artie Noob sort of did the same, but then the 277s kind of milled around a little bit here and there. The Fosh B, obviously from Whippet, he was trying to do his own thing on the tracks and didn't really get a whole lot of success there. So it felt like not necessarily a comedy of errors. I kind of feel like that's a bit too harsh of a sentence, but it sort of gets the point across, right? There was a multitude of things that kind of went wrong for the Matildas, and once one or two of those dominoes fall, it's kind of impossible to hold up the house of cards.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to take that one back once you're 1 or 2 down and you're stuck out in the middle of things. Important note, Elfish Guy, though, we talked about Geordie. I hear a rumor maybe Geordie's back for this one.
Yeah. Well, that's probably a good thing to hear, to be honest, Ben. I think that'll be a good addition to the roster. Who is he replacing?
He's replacing Bales.
Bales is out. Geordie is back in. So the Matildas play one game without Geordie, and he decided maybe, I don't know. We don't know the scenario. Obviously, we don't know why he wasn't in or why he's in now. But all we can agree on, Kev, is that particular round did not go to plan.
I can already picture what Geordie's like saying in my head. It was because I played under him calling a couple of times. It is actually hilarious sometimes, like when he says, like in that scenario where it's pretty clear cut, they needed to dump on that tank. He probably looked at it and went, okay, yeah, no, this is not good. I need to come up and step up to the plate and kind of say something over here. Because, yeah, it just wasn't... It was just lack of initiative. I think that was what killed it. That's why I looked at it and went, okay, E100 is driving forward. They are side scraping in the middle of a 3-way crossfire. You don't win a game by side scraping in the middle of a 3-way crossfire. You hold a corridor with an E100, sure.
Hang on, let me take some notes. Don't side scrape in the middle of an E100 crossfire.
No. Don't side scrape as an E100 in the middle of
side scrape as an E100 in the middle of a crossfire. Okay.
Correct, yeah.
My other notes here say, by the way, use !finals in chat to go and claim or register for your free ticket to finals at Fortress. The Matildas are one of the 4 teams we know who we make it through to the semis next week. But they need to perform better than what we just saw if they're going to make it through to LAN, if they're going to make it through to Fortress and not be in that 3rd, 4th place match in a couple of weeks' time. You want to skip the 3rd, 4th place match. You want to make it through after your week off. go through to finals and have fun times and have Elfish Guy buy you a beer. Because I heard he's shouting.
Well, you got one thing wrong, Ben, there. Well, actually, two things so far tonight. I'm definitely not shouting. I heard Jay Raid had already put up his hand to do that. He's said a couple of weeks now that he was quite keen to shout the beers and the K-barbecue afterwards. But the other thing is I actually don't have a credit card either. So you've got that one wrong too. Even if I wanted to shout, which, to be fair, I don't. I don't want to buy other people beer. I just want people to buy me beer. So I'll be happily shouted. But I don't know I'll be doing too much shouting.
All right, guys.
So,
I've heard Elfish Guy can only have really much 2 beers and he's done. So it's going to be a very cheap shout at the end of the day.
It's
hopefully...
a cheap shout. That's for sure. But the problem is John probably won't remember that you shouted him after his 2 beers. So it's one of those catch-22 situations. The Matildas, though, Geordie is back. We said, look, they're currently sitting on 10 points. So they're top of the leaderboard, right? But with the Action X win here, they go to 11. All of a sudden, they're at the top. And I would much rather be first place than fourth place or second or third or whatever it may be. And that can sound obvious, but in a single elimination final, you want to give yourself the best shot. So the Matildas need to bring something back. They are at least going to be on defense here for Himmelsdorf, hopefully turning up with something a little bit different than that 2.5 minute train wreck we saw just before.
Yeah, I'm not too eager to be seeing my boy Bales getting subbed out. Obviously, the addition of Geordie, I think, is good. I think it's an improvement for the Matildas, but at the cost of Bales, he's definitely been a power player for the roster. Not sure that Himmelsdorf really is his map, though. I mean, we do see him have some good performances in the 50B here and there, but every time he's in something that's not a batch hat or a 50B, I feel like he's a little bit neutered. Really feel like he gets his best work done when he uses them in that bat chat. So, keep him in the back pocket here. Get the extra games through for the rest of the lads on Himmelsdorf and bring him back out when the bat chat can be a little bit more effective.
All right, Dongalord deciding to breeze. He's just got an additional telegraph pole as part of his gun turret. There we go. Physics. He's got the V4 out, actually. I don't think this is the first time we've seen the V4 this season, is it?
I don't think it's the first time.
I think we've seen it a couple of times, but it's still nice to be seeing a couple of different diverse tanks. And obviously V4 is one of those. It's not turreted, which makes it less, dare I say it, less flexible. But when you just want to drive at someone and just instill fear, it's pretty good.
Used to be the best tank in the game, Kev. So
yeah, used to be what you'd bring 12 V4s or something like that because
how the mighty have fallen.
It's still serviceable. It's still used in niche roles. You just don't... It's just that inflexibility once again. Before it was because it was so good, why wouldn't you bring it even though it didn't have a turret? Whereas now, because of that lack of turret, you do actually have to have a think about it and go, yeah, you can't actually use this in certain situations. You want to use it to go hold down. You want to use it as kind of the spearhead for a push. It's much harder to try to pen a V4 when it's obviously moving forward. Only 2 huge weak spots, the cupolas at the top of the head, the very lower plate, if that makes any sense.
Yes, it does. I've seen it. It looks like a massive lower plate. You think, great, I'm going to go straight through this, but no, you don't.
Oh, that one bounced.
Yep.
It has to be like the lower angled section, which is a bit smaller. Obviously, you can still go through it. It's not an indefeatable vehicle, but Action X just taking their time. Whereas for Matildas, because it's not too much of a flexible setup what they've got, it's going to be harder for them to rotate. They're playing further back, tucking themselves into this back pocket and just spotting out any movement that's going to come across. I wonder what Geordie's actually running for equipment on his. He doesn't have the hardening, which means he doesn't have the HP like Artie does. So you'd hope with Geordie he's got better gun handling, with Vert Stab, maybe the optics as well, because he's the one that's spotting out Hill. Action X eventually deciding to maybe push down the mid over here, but the E100 for Mary Turnham also is coming back right now. Artie Noob also reinforcing position for Geordie. So mass rotations back to the 2 flag, but 4 minutes, a lot of HP to go through. No one's taking any damage.
Yeah, not a huge amount of map control for the Matildas, but on one hand, that's actually going to help them out. It won't be a long rotation for the 277 or the E100 to get into position to fight out the 2 flag. Both Geordie and Artie Noob are posted up on this line, so as soon as someone does roll around the corner, if someone does roll around the corner, there's going to be some big damage thrown back in their face. For now, it doesn't look like it's going to be a reality. Might just see that 277 sneak onto the 2 flag and force the rotation in from the Matildas. I'd say that's probably the safest call to action for Action X.
I think it's also the case of how well this bait's going to be bidden. Do Matildas go, we've actually lost this mid-control and everything? Okay, Geordie's just proxy spotted this and gone, hang on a second, there's E100 over here. These other two E100s either need to push first or they need to decide to go down the D line. The problem is it's being covered off by the 277, either in CJ and Colin. These are one of your basic setups I love talking about, and this is where you can actually chuck a third tank onto cap as well. If you decide to do so, 30 seconds, E100's leading the charge. Geordie trying to bait the shot out with a track. That is a disgusting low roll.
I was going to say, I've never seen such a low roll from an E100, unless was it from the 277. I don't know. Either way, Eugene, he hasn't had a great time there. He's absolutely boomed. And that is the difference that a caller can make, I feel like, for the Matildas. That is a complete change up from the last round. It's exactly what was supposed to happen for the Matildas on the attack, and now they'll be able to continue this train rolling. Just look at all these tanks coming around the corner. Geordie will play safe, wait for all the shots to be fired, and then eventually peek through. So good rotation of damage right now for the Matildas.
They're just like utilizing their numbers and trading effectively. Even if Geordie goes down over here, there's still like this overmatch where Dongalord will get punished. They just go, all right, excellent, we traded out. We're 4,000 HP ahead at this moment. Just do whatever, right? Very decisive push when it comes to it. That's exactly what they needed to do. Group up and utilize their HP. There's so much HP to chew through at the end of it. And you can see, just Adelaide Action X, they're trying to set up in crossfires. And then there's just 5 tanks just driving at you, just screaming at you. What do you do? Nothing. GG next.
GG next indeed. See who can farm up the most fantasy points. I suppose that's the other question. You know, Colin and Speed. Got either of those two on your team, Kev?
No, actually I don't. So I think I swear I did put someone from Matildas on mine. Speed's trying to drive away from the 60 TP RD noobs. Like, get back here, son. Colin's on did 3k, which is good. Mary Turnip as well, chipping in towards the very end. But I don't think you're chasing down that 50B.
Well, that could be a problem.
Actually, no, he should be fine. Speed's gone the long way around. He's now out in the open, which means you can't dance around the 60 TP. Gonna have to stand and deliver.
Speed wants to get as many points out here as possible. 2 shots. Got to give him some credit there. Well done. He's managed to sneak a couple more through than I thought that he would. But hey, he's not on my fantasy team, so I don't care.
Wow, that's
well, I had Bales, so now he's off, and I got to get one of my reserves.
It's fine. Your reserves will do it. They'll be fine.
We'll do it. We'll see how we go. But the Matildas, look, they come through with the goods. Impressive shot calling. I love to see a train of 5 tanks just rolling around. I said the first round was a train wreck for them. This one, certainly not the case. They all locked up together and just drove around the map dealing damage. And that's kind of the aggressive play, and you can't afford just to wait there all the time. So it was good to see roll around the corner as a group, and I managed to stop my second favorite strategy on Himmelsdorf, which is park around the corner.
I'm glad.
9k there from Whippet. Just saying, by the way, you know, he's doing okay. Keep that in your mind, lads. CJ having another roughie. He had a real tough week last week, and here 987 damage. Look, I think for CJ, it's not so much about what he gets done in the game and more about what he can provide in terms of the calling and how that sort of pans out for Action X. And so far, it's okay. 1-1, you know, definitely could be worse. But I think at this point, you sort of have to focus on at least getting one more round out of this one. You definitely don't want to be leaving 0 points on the table here. At least get 1 point out of it. And, you know, they're on their way to doing that.
I mean,
looking for points.
I think the question is, like, just once again, like, what kind of Matildas are going to turn up for the next one? Because they might be shuffling around players, seeing what works, seeing what doesn't work. And that's what they're afforded the luxury of at the end of the day. Whereas right now it's do or die for Adelaide Action X. They're going to be thinking in their minds, this is like, they need to get the 2-0 to confirm their way to finals. On Cliff, where they struggled against Skorpions last week, it's going to be a hard ask. I think they're going to have to dig deep over here. They've got the caliber to do it. At the very least, it's looking better than the last couple of weeks. That was a comprehensive outplay and outcall that came out from the Matildas that time around. Night and day, as they say. It was really just, what a turnaround. Just even just one player subbing out. You can't even say it's the defensive side of Himmelsdorf or whatnot. It just looks so much more different. There was no time where I looked at that and went, oh, what are they doing over here? It's like, there's 2 people in the cap. I'm like, okay, they're grouping up. This is, you're using your HP, you get the E100s in position, and then everyone goes at the same time. You look at this. Everyone's going at the same time. It's not the case of, oh, Geordie goes out, there's a couple of E100s stopping and everything. Everyone's going through. They're going, all right, leave 1 tank to kill this guy, but everyone needs to push forward and do damage. See, okay, they're taking minimal damage in the cross. Kill 1. Go into the next one. We got 5v2. Kill the next 2. Go on. Repeat. It looks so simple, but...
It does look very simple, doesn't it? It's just like, you know, if I take my 5 tanks and I drive it their 3 tanks, particularly when those 3 tanks are 1 and then 2, I'm probably going to win the game. It's like, those are good notes. I'm going to write those down as well, Kev. But it seems so simple. Why doesn't it normally work?
It does come down to communication. It does come down to, like, the caller's called for it. Like, Geordie's gone, everyone group up, and we're only going what I'm calling it. Like, we're only going what I'm telling you to go. Everyone's listening to that. Everyone goes, and no one wants to play a hero. Everyone wants to be like, this is a role that you're playing. Like, E100, it's like push kind of thing. It's like, I can imagine Geordie screaming like, E100s, what are you doing? Push. You're not staying there and fighting. Get the killing blow if you need to. But everyone's on the same page. No one's going like, oh, but I thought I had to get rid of that E100. Yes, but you can do it safely by crossing over. You take a few shots. And you can see, it's like, we talk, you know, we love bantering with Geordie a little bit. But how many times do you actually see him spearheading the charge, as Jordan Elfish guys pointed out? He's the first one to push and die. He doesn't care if he's not the hero at the end of the day. He just cares about getting the W. Yeah. That's the way that you do it, is you commit as team. Yeah.
That's what the caller's like. You take the role that other people don't want to take, and you have to lead from the front sometimes. So, look, they are the Matildas, so no surprise. Quack, quack, quack. They come out with the flying V, and they come out with a victory there as well. So 1-1 is the score, which is not a bad result considering how much they kind of sucked on Himmelsdorf attack to start off with. And plus, of course, this was the Action X pick, though. We move now to Cliff. This one has come out as the choice of the Matildas. And Kev, I'll go back to you since I can't trust the Fantasy League website. How have the Matildas done on Cliff so far this season?
Should have probably gotten more victories. I think that's the obvious one there, but that's the difference, right? It was the case that they put themselves in the position to actually win. You can go, okay, maybe individual error or whatnot. They don't take the series. They're unable to kind of win, but they still haven't lost a series. They haven't like capitulated at the final hurdle. Like even if they lose today, I'm like, well, they've done enough to get into finals. Like there's nothing like really worrying. You can see it's like they get absolutely wrecked on the first part of Himmelsdorf, and the second time they do the wrecking. On Cliff, it depends what Geordie wants to do, right? It's Whippet's gone out, Bales has come in.
The number of times we've seen brawls on Cliff in the mid, and it just, I don't know, it goes down to like a coin flip at the end. And then other times was it the Bulldogs? We had Madhouse there on the Strandswagen. Like that for me was a much more decisive game that we've seen on Cliff in the past. Is this going to just turn into brawl in mid, or are we expecting something else?
I would definitely expect a little bit more from both of these two teams. I think they should be well prepared for this matchup as we do head into the final map of the series between Bulldogs and Matildas. If it were to devolve into a brawl in mid, I'd be a little bit disappointed. For me, you know, we've got two good callers in this game, and both of them should have come with some sort of strategy prepared. You know, we saw how easily things can get dismantled. For example, what the Skorpions threw out last week. I mean, Matildas definitely are capable of doing the exact same thing. They're going to go for a massive push toward the donut, or even maybe down the 1-2 line. 9 times out of 10, though, you're looking for the donut. And Speed's in a good spot here to punish. He will allow Geordie across, but should start to get some shots across onto the rest. Bales cops 2 on the way through. Mary Turner might have been better off cancelling. This has not gone well at all for the Matildas. Bales is going to try and help him out by firing a shot back in the direction of the Action X lads, but oh, dearie me, that is not the kind of cross that Matildas were looking for. A good setup for Action X to punish.
I think this is the case, no, but like this is a part where Matildas need to be decisive, actually push their members forward, and you can see Geordie's called that. It's like they're on the low ground. Get rid of this 277, get rid of this SW1, take hill control. We've got the high ground, and now that it's like it's going to be a ring around the rosy. You can see, okay, now Adelaide Action X, they're the ones forced to retaliate. Sure, they did a lot of bleeding, but look at the HP still. It's like, it's back to pretty much even Stevens. Now, as long as Kane stays alive, that's going to be really good. Now that tanks are pushing up, and Adelaide Action X in a real good chance to make sure this crossfire works. The speed's going to come off the clip very soon.
Yeah, Kane not going to be finding it too easy to get out of here without taking at least some points of damage. Bales is another one that I'm keeping an eye on here. 913 HP was a premium target for Action X, but they couldn't finish him off, and he's about to come off of that reload in the back chat.
My god, look at that focus fire. Dongalord tries to get that final shot into Geordie, but look at that. 3 tanks just light him up. He's down to a 1 shot. Where is this STB going? Looks like Kane's just sitting tight for now, just trying to chip in however he can. Geordie trying to find the angle as well. HP definitely in the favor of Adelaide Action X at the moment. All these tanks and Matildas, just 1 shot, kind of stuck on hill right now. No chance to really reset. You have to favor Adelaide Action X. They just got to slow things down, allow the 277 to get some information, STB1 to get some crossfires, and once again, Matilda's just 5-man grouping up, ready to take a fight, but it's a TVP who can unload on all of them. You want some good rolls if you're speed.
Yeah, you can definitely get rid of 1 or 2 of these tanks if things go right, but Merry Turnip leading the charge is going to make that job a little bit more difficult. 308 HP might be a bit too much for speed, and it turns out to be the case. Merry Turnip will continue to lead the
CJ.
push. It's not so much of a charge. Dongalord has a full clip loaded, but he doesn't really have enough damage to deal with what Matildas have to throw at him. Dongalord is going to be finished off by Merry Turnip, and Matildas will at least secure themselves a draw, and they will surely secure themselves an undefeated season at this point. Kane, how on earth can he win this?
He can win this, okay? You look at this, you're going 188. So Bales copped one from Geordie, I think, at the back by accident. You know that Kane was around the 2 flag. For Matildas, I think this is a bit wiser. You send your bat chat maybe placing a bit of cap pressure onto the 1 flag. Get the 277 a bit more aggressive. Maybe even get another CS to rotate around. The problem, though, is because both CSs are 1 shot at the moment. He has to be 1. You hope, right? You're hoping for Kane. That your gun doesn't troll you. That your game doesn't troll you. That you roll 360. You roll true.
Bales isn't going to go onto the cap, Kev. If he is, he's definitely taking a roundabout's direction to it. But
I think he just doesn't want to get caught out.
Spotting.
So dive underneath, try to take a bit of map control, see if you can spot anything out, and then you go, okay, this area looks pretty clear right now. So could be still wrapping around. Maybe he was trying to help out. Maybe he's gone back to hill. So Kane just needs to play this slow and steady. This can be the clutch of your life, son.
Oh, this could be absolutely massive, but I'm still not backing Kane to finish this one off. It's
so
too
difficult
much to ask.
And like, so if you're asking why Bales didn't drive directly into the cap, he wanted to suss things out to see where this SB1's reset at. We're talking about using the 6th sense, and he goes, all right, like I've kind of pushed over here. It's not going to be in the magic spot over there in the bushes. Even there, he's not like really far back towards C7, C8. So Kane's now thinking, all right, how am I going to make this cross? It's so hard to get cross shots onto that flag. It's like, even if you think about climbing hill, then you start worrying, hang on a second, I can't really climb hill right now. Because I'm going to be, like, once someone peeks, it's going to light me up. So he's trying to push in and go, where are these tanks? Trying to find the angle. But as soon as he comes out to D4, that's the problem. And Artie Noob is going to be the first one lit up. But, oh, no. This is what I was talking about. You don't want to see the shots miss.
Well, he evaded the shells back in return, but so far not being able to connect too much. Merry Turnip, he's going to sneak one through.
That's GG.
And now that Kane is on 1 shot worth of HP, he really doesn't have any more agency at all. And pretty much has to give this one up.
Yeah. Very difficult for him to win it. There was a chance, but Matildas, they decide not to give him even a chance. In fairness, like the way that they cleared out the map with low HP, they're thinking about the possibilities. The way that they did it was so calculated. It was so hard. You can go like, Kane, they're all 1 shot. Why aren't you landing these shots? The pressure's there. There's so many targets. You can't really overstay your welcome. And, well, that's it. 40 seconds. Unfortunately, you can't buy enough time. They're all grouping up. They know exactly where he is. They're going, we can send 3 people over here. SB1 can't kill us all. And there you have it. Bales. It's actually him on the cap that cleans up with that final shot. And there you have it, 2-1 for the Matildas on their attack as well, Cliff.
Yeah, that's a big one to see, considering how poorly that started out for the Matildas. It's like, surely, like, you're 3 tanks in, do you call it off? It's the last person not make it. They all cross. And for that, Kev, as you said it, the calls have been impeccable from Geordie. And it's full steam ahead. And once again, they just roll on through, find themselves a free tank kill, and pretty much even up that HP deficit. So, again and again, we're seeing Geordie coming out with the big calls and saving the day.
Yeah, big
Also-
stuff across the board, really, I thought, from Matildas in the end. Action X, I just don't know how good of a grasp they do have on Cliff. It seemed like they had a good setup. You know, it almost felt like a counter strat initially, but I just don't know if enough damage was done on the cross. I think the TVP only got 2 out of 3 shots through. There wasn't as much of a committed push from the other couple of players that were there. And so when push came to shove, when Matildas made that decision, the rotation in from the players on the low ground from Action X just came a little bit too slow to make the impact that it needed to. Great sort of damage juggling as well from the Matildas roster. So you could see how many players got low, and they just didn't let any of them die. And that's just going to make the job for Kane tenfold more difficult. And in the end, obviously, a little bit too much. You can't really fault Kane there, to be honest. There's not much that he can do. But
I think it's also the case of like how like this first 277 was positioned, right? Eugene's like out in the middle of the open. I don't think he was expecting a crunch. I think Action X was setting up for the re-push because they went, we've bled out so much, we've got the tanks, we're going to push him into a crossfire. And then they see all the Matildas just going, literally just grouping as 5-man and just running at them, driving at them, whatever you want to call it. And they just go, okay. And you can start seeing that's like a missed shot. That could have been a 4-on-2 scenario, right? The Dongle misses an opportunity in the back check because he's worried about getting a shot in. So you could have seen maybe 3 tanks being picked off there. If it comes to the case of maybe Adelaide Action X just steady their hand a little bit and try to land the shots that count. But this is what I mean. It's a high pressure scenario. You can't fault them for going. We always joke about it, right? Just hit your shots, lol. Just pen your shots. The truth of the matter is that you're going to miss some of your shots sometimes because RNG does decide to just throw you the middle finger and go, it's a green reticle. You're aiming right there, and it just goes. That one bounced.
You do have to feel a little bit there, I think, for the Action X. Because as you look through those replays, you can see that even with 3 tanks, the Action X had more HP available than the Matildas did. And then literally all bar 1 tank on the Matildas were 1 shot. So when you can say, hey, that's actually some really impressive damage sharing coming out from the Matildas, you also look the other way and go, maybe that's a little bit unlucky there for the Action X, or maybe if they just, 1 more shot and one of those tanks is 1 down, it's kind of this cascading effect. But to be fair, the Matildas in the end, they probably could not have played that better. After the initial 30 seconds goes by, everything that then goes on there for the rest of the map, they've just played it perfectly, Jordan.
Yeah, sure. I mean, that's a good point. Actually, one thing that I thought about while you were discussing that as well is I was just wondering, is it possible to get a Karath sound pack in the game? Can we get Karath as a commander for our tank so that, we can get the voice lines coming through from Karath in his disappointed, kind of emo voice, like, oh, that one bounced. And that's going to be your whole game. And, you could probably even do the Chinese sound pack as well, Kev, if you put the national communications on as well. I love it. It'd be great. I would definitely buy that.
We got to the end, right? We get to the end. It's a 1v4. And Jordan's like, you can't really fault him for losing that one. And the first thing to come out of Kev's mouth is like, he's like, well, actually, I probably am. There's a few things that I would have done differently if it was me. If that was me in a 1v4, what have you done differently, Kev?
I did not say that. I said it's very difficult for him to win, but this is definitely doable. And I was thinking it's like, well, he's got to find the right angles. Maybe hits the first shot or whatnot. But that's what I mean. It's like, it's an SW1 gun. It just trolls the hell out of you. Like, I don't know how many times I've just looked at someone and I'm just gone, all right, aiming. All right, perfect. Fully aimed in, fire my shot, and it just bounces. So
can you give us another couple of voice lines, by the way, Kev, just so we can get like a bit of a teaser for this new idea? Yeah. What have we got? What about we've lost to track? Can you give us one of those?
Looks like we're going nowhere fast. Bloody hell.
That's a good one. I reckon we'd put that in the game.
How much is this pack going to set me back? Like $1? How much?
Commanders are not that expensive normally.
You can do me as one of those like game event. Maybe like when they have like another brawl thing. It's like
maybe we could make him a drop for finals.
ANZ PL season finals for season 3. You get a drop. Yeah, exactly.
Tune in for 3 hours. You get a
Karath commander.
And then like Karath Commander, and everyone's like, damn it, I got that Karath Commander again. I really just wanted 1 extra hour of 200% XP. Oh, dang. Yeah. Feels bad, man. But look, the Matildas, they've set themselves up here. We're on Cliff. We've got 1 round to go, 1 battle left. The Action X really need to come back and bring this through to a draw, right? They need to pick it up. They need to get the 1 point. The Matildas, though, if they pick this one up, they'll have 3 wins on the board. 13 points, guaranteed first place for the end of the regular season. So for the Action X, it's all in their hands, to be honest. It's all up to them.
It is indeed. It's time to find out whether or not Action X can uphold their end of the bargain. They need a win on the attack, no less. It's not going to be easy. No, this hasn't been a great map for them this season, Kevin, but if there is any time to pull something out, it is right here and right now. They're going to have to do it against a Fosh B and a double TVP setup and a double bat chat setup. It's all auto-loaders.
Do not push past that rock, Kane! Oh! Stop, he's already dead.
I think he might be realizing pretty quickly.
Like, you probably look at that and go like, Kane, just stay alive, alright? Just don't die, please. Alright, he's not dead. I thought the TVPs were just going to dump on him, just absolutely murk him, but apparently they don't spot him and they decide to drive away. Matilda's just looking for a fight, but I don't think they realize they let an STB slip up there, so... Yeah.
It's fine, they have a Fosh B sitting on the corner. No one's getting past him.
They actually aren't, that's the thing. What is this rotation coming out back and forth right now?
I think they just want to book it around the map. I kind of feel like Matildas are having a bit of a fun time in this round, to be honest.
So, okay, now the SUV's been spotted out, so now he's in trouble. It's like that whole, I'm in danger. I need to move.
That's a good one. Maybe that can be your Sixth Sense sound as Tank Commander Karath.
I'm in danger. CJ and Eugene, though, I think are pretty switched on what's going on right now. The only threat to this SCB is this kind of right side push. Now they spotted out the 2-7, but CJ's going to be fine. You'll hold down now.
Yeah, he's okay now that he's gotten up into the little pillbox, I suppose. Bale's firing that shot off, won't be able to connect. Did get spotted. Just ducks his head down, waits for that to disappear.
The question is, what are you going to do here for Adelaide Action X? Is you got to figure out an angle to dump in, but you're going to incur a lot of damage, like pushing in from any position. So I think they're thinking about maybe pushing onto this Fosh B. But that's why the Fosh B is so oppressive, because you look at it and you go, oh, it's only a Fosh B, guys. It's only got 6 shots. It can only just kill one of our tanks. I'd like for Kane to maybe climb the hill. I feel like that's going to be like how Adelaide Action X would kind of take this one. They've done really well to push back the initial aggression. You get Kane up onto the hill. You get maybe one of the CS to start probing over towards the 1-5 line, trying to figure out exactly where these TVPs are, trying to see. You need to eventually make a move with one of these 2-7-7s. You're on the attack. You can't sit there and wait forever.
Well, they're just chilling, aren't they, the Matildas? They're not too overeager to start a fight here. Has Action X got any recourse? Because the thing is, if you make a mistake against this full auto jeez, I can't get my words out. Full auto loader lineup, then you're going to get absolutely boomed. So it's quite a scary game to play, I feel like, for Action X. This harks back to some of the old 7 vs 7 formats, you know, where we used to see like 5 bat chats or 6 bat chats and a 1390. It was just all auto loaders and it was an all-out brawl. That's what you're going to get. CJ is dead. There is nothing that he can do to survive. Back and just look at that. He just gets obliterated. And you love to see it. Oh, this is bringing back so many memories, the nostalgia. It's beautiful.
Kane's sliding off the cliff at the moment. Is he going to be stuck, or is he just he's trying to find the angle? They're trying to make this fight work out. Kane's sliding down, but he wants to be careful, son. You got to be careful. You don't want to be dropping to your death. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, do a barrel roll, son. You can still fight, but you're taking a lot of damage. Oh, no. This is why I'm like, every single time I see someone dismount off cliff, I'm like, please, no. And there's still the TVPs that come off clip, and it's like, there's just the never-ending train of pain. The Fosh B is now just trying to fight this one-on-one fight. Speed's just playing Ring Around the Rosie, but Whippet's come across and going, you're going to have to pick a target eventually. Who's it going to be? Ooh, if Eugen gets a good roll in Merry Turnip, could make this 1-on-2 a bit more exciting. But Geordie, just chasing Speed. Oh, Geordie, he's struggling at the moment, but the bat chat's there to finish things off, and Whippet misses a shot into the track, and oh, it's going to be the Fosh B that cleans things up. That was a weird one. Matildas, they find the angle, they dump all the damage, and that's pretty much all they wrote.
Yeah, good result, isn't it?
The Action X throwing everything, including, I think, the 277 at that one, but not coming out on top. So the Matildas find themselves their third victory of the season. An impressive result, certainly when you compare it to how everyone else has gone and the number of draws that we have seen. That puts them guaranteed at the top of the standings, 13 points for the Matildas. So a huge congratulations to them locking in first seed going in to our semi-finals next week. You can't ask for a better result for that. The Action X, though, it's a bit of a rough one, Jordan. They only team to get 3 losses this season. So the Bulldogs could have got there, but they found a win today. So that's the 3rd loss of the season for the Action X and puts them in a pretty tough spot now.
Yeah, it definitely does. I'm just having a look at the possible outcomes here. I think there's only a couple that will actually allow Action X to get through to the top 4, so they might have done themselves a bit of a disservice. They were leading for the first few weeks of ANZ PL Season 2, and now with a couple of really rough weeks towards the end, they may have fallen out of contention with regard to the playoffs. It's obviously still a little ways to go. You know, we've still got a couple of matches. We still have to see how those results do pan out, but it's not looking too good for them.
No, absolutely not. I mean, sorry, you go first, Ben.
I was just going to say, look, the one thing that I've seen tonight, I saw it from the Bulldogs and I've seen it from the Matildas here, that these have been some actually pretty exciting games. We've seen some different strategies. We've seen people clearly pulling out the strat book for this week. And it makes me really kind of hype going into finals, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, because these games, I mean, looking at, say, for example, this game from the Matildas where they've really just ended up number 1 in terms of everything, right? At the end, no one can really chase up. You have to look at how they got here as well. You got the conventional strats and everything. Then they brought out the Fosh B. We thought that was an absolute laugh. And then they just kept going quack, just kept doing damage. And now they brought this lineup. And this is the problem because you have to look at it and you think this is a joke lineup.
No, it's not.
It's not. That's the problem. It's like no one thinks it's like 2 Batchats, 2 TVPs, and a Fosh B should win. That's not the meta on Cliff. But they did. I mean, I don't think this helps.
The STP. At this point, up until there, I was like, you know what? Kane might actually pull this off. And then he does a barrel roll.
Yeah. There is always a reason why I never dismount off that cliff in that way. I just don't think it's an easy thing to do. I admire what he's trying to do there. He really needed to get his HP into the fight. He didn't want to allow the initiative to go awry, but unfortunately as a result, because he takes so much damage, he becomes a 2-shot. Where normally it'd take 2 TVPs focusing him down, it becomes a 1-shot. Yeah, you always look at it and go, maybe it's time to find ways to dismount yourself off cliff, but the truth is, I don't think there has been a way found. It's like a thing that a lot of teams have looked at, and it's always one of those. Yeah, it used to be. But it
used to be easier, but now with the, obviously with the 1.0 update, all the rocky cliffs, it's just like
slippery.
Bit too much of a risk.
Yeah.
Look, I guess one of those times, right? Had to full send. Did full send. Doesn't always work out. So, as we say, the Action X are going to finish their season off with 2 wins, 2 draws, 3 losses. The only team who can get 3 losses for the season. But still those 2 victories keep them in the running for now. The Matildas secure their 3rd victory, puts them up onto 13 points, 100% obviously in the finals, 100% in first place. So the Matildas doing absolutely everything possible to give them the best run through the finals. And those 81 chances, those 81 different possibilities for potential 1 to 8 standings, Kev, they're getting whittled down right now. And I think after those first 2 games, particularly with the Bulldogs coming out with the win, I think a few surprises, and maybe we'll have to wait and see how this plays out. But for the Action X, I think they'll be crossing their fingers and their toes right now.
It's going to be a hard set of outcomes for sure. Just took a quick look, and it is not looking too hot for their chances. At least they still have a few, so they're going to be banking on them for sure. Look, you have to look at the trend overall for Adelaide Action X. Obviously, they came fantastic at the beginning of the season. It's only a learning experience, right? A lot of new time players are reintegrating their roster. They didn't do that well season 1. If anything, this is a huge improvement from season 1. And if they keep this upwards trajectory up, maybe we'll still see them in the finals. Maybe for season 3, where we'll see them start dominating the league. We always have to talk about the positives at the end of the day.
Yeah, looking for some positives, and there's a lot of positives. It's actually been a great season. We said how close this has been, how impressive it has been. It's still, as we said, some chance for the Action X. They're essentially looking for the teams sitting at the lower end of the ladder to either win their games and force out maybe some losses or some draws. We'll have to wait and see. Apparently, The Sentinels need to lose for the Archers, and the Panthers need to beat the Skorpions. So those two matches coming up as the next two matches of the night. I hope you're all enjoying yourselves. Don't forget, !finals. You can claim your free ticket through to the grand finals of the season at Fortress in Melbourne on May 22nd. If you don't know how to calendar, it's actually a Saturday, not a Friday. So if you're like, oh, I can't go, I've got work, etc., 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 maybe take a look at the calendar and see if you can make it, because these guys are going to be there. It's going to be a great time. We'd love to see everyone there. And honestly, I'm not sure who's going to make it through to the finals at this stage. I think anything is possible. For now, though, we're going to take a very quick break. When we come back, the Sentinels up against the Archers, our third match of the night. We'll see you soon.
ワールド・オブ・タンクスにガールズ&パンツァーの暗号チームがやってくる。あの4号戦車とともに搭乗員はもちろん彼女たち。今年のゴールデンウィークはガルパンキャラを操り、ワールド・オブ・タンクスで戦車道を極めよう。戦闘の緊張感は本編さながら。搭乗員の音声は言うまでもなく彼女たち。
パンツァー4、
砲撃をした時も
効いてる効いてる。
ダメージを与えた時も
命中。これは効いているはずです。
彼女たちが知らせてくれる。
敵車両燃料に引火した模様です。
履帯が切れた時は
離体復旧、もう動ける。
ガルパンの興奮をゲームで味わおう。
この鳥肌が立つような感覚、しびれてしまいます。花さんすごい撃破です。やりましたね、いすず殿。1両撃破だね。みんなに連絡する。
ガルパンコラボでは特別ミッションが登場。ミッションを達成すればコラボ限定カスタマイズアイテムが手に入る。パンツァー4暗号パックを購入すれば戦車もキャラも君のもの。
Welcome back to ANZPL. It's been a ripper of a night so far. 2 matches, 0 draws. Always bring the goods. I hope you're enjoying yourselves. Get yourselves a whiskey or a beer or a milk, whatever it may be. And I've got myself an Elfish guy and a Kev. So, look, you take what you can get sometimes. But we're slowly working our way through. Kev, we know that the Matildas, 100% in first place. We know that, unfortunately, the Panthers are out. So they're yet to play tonight, but they've left themselves in a spot that they're not going to be able to make it through. But for everyone else still to play, they've still got a shot.
Yeah, I mean, it's still like a lot of results where it hinges on a lot of contingencies. You say Panthers, they're going to be out even with a victory, which is a bit unfortunate. But you know what? They can still deny some other teams. And if there's anything that I know about some of these tankers, they want to deny their friends a little bit more sometimes than winning. So this is maybe like the hardest time for the Skorpions later on to take a victory.
All right, so we're getting some updates as well. So we know the Matildas are locked. Mm-hmm. We know now that the Bulldogs are locked with their 9 points. So their victory tonight getting them through. So they're going to be feeling pretty good about that one, making it through to next week. We know, Elfish Guy, that the Skorpions are locked as well. So we're looking to fill one more spot. We're not guaranteed like where those 3 teams sit necessarily, except of course the Matildas. But beyond that, 3 out of 4 halfway through the night, 1 spot to fill. The question is, who's it going to be?
Well, I think we'll find out by the end of this matchup, to be honest. I mean, Panthers definitely can't make it. So that matchup actually between Skorpions and Panthers doesn't really matter a whole lot outside of for seeding. But for Sentinels, the story today is if they do manage to get a win, then they are in, no questions asked. If it's a draw, then there's still a pretty high likelihood that they are in, unless Panthers actually beat Skorpions, which I find an unlikely prospect today. The thing is, though, if they do lose this series against the Archers, then they could be in a bit of hot water. So there is a fair bit on the line here. The job is a bit easier for Sentinels than it is for Archers, but it is still requiring a win or a draw. And I think Archers definitely have the chops to take it to the North Sydney Sentinels, who have been having a bit of a rocky season. So, you know, if Archers come out all guns blazing here today, could see our Season 1 winners, our champions, not even be able to defend their title.
What a crazy world that would be, Kev. The Archers, though, certainly do need to bring it to them. It would be the first upset we've seen, though, tonight. What would you be looking for from the Archers if they are going to be able to bring this one back and give the Sentinels a bad showing?
Probably need Celestia in return to pop off pretty huge alongside with whoever 3 they're going to be bringing. I feel like it's also the case of agency. They need to take that initiative. We need to see just the ability to just drive forward, be able to make decisive movements as well, and just kind of take the game from there. The only thing that kind of deters me away from that, however, is the fact is like Archers have been able to do that a couple of times. It's like you can see that the planning is there, but the execution isn't flawless, which is the issue. If they're able to fine-tune it and the execution is then flawless, we might have a game on our hands. Sentinels have not been the untouchable titans that we made them out to be this season.
Certainly not necessarily what we were expecting. And it could get to the end of this game and they make their way through and they're there on 10 points and they actually come out in a pretty good spot, Jordan. But the way in which they got there certainly would have been a little bit shaky. So a little bit more to prove for them this season, and this potentially is the last opportunity for them to do that.
Yeah, definitely. I think for both teams, there's a lot to prove this season. I mean, you got to remember, Ben, this is actually a grand final rematch, right? This was the 2 finalists from last season, and yet one of them is not going to make it through to the playoffs. And quite frankly, it seemed like there might actually be a situation where both of them wouldn't make it through to the playoffs. It seems unlikely now after some of the results have played out, but at one point in the season, I was a little bit worried for both Sentinels and for Archers. We're going to need to see probably all the players on both rosters kind of stepping up. I think they both had some pretty inconsistent runs of form. Archers did look a little bit better last week than they had in some of the previous weeks, but they did still also only manage to get through with a 2-2 against Conquerors. And quite frankly, today, a draw is not really enough for them. It would be leaving a little bit too much to chance. So keeping our eyes on tracks, keeping our eyes on the rest of the Archers roster, I think for me, they're the ones that are, with their backs against the wall. So does that pressure help them today or does it hinder them today? I guess that really just depends on what kind of players they are.
Yeah, it's one of those things, and as Kev was alluding to earlier, It could also just come down to, look, maybe maybe you're just trying to find yourself an opportunity to stick one to your mate, and make it so they don't make it through to finals in the end if push comes to shove. Prokhorovka is going to be the pick for the Sentinels. Morovanka, the pick for the Archers. I know how much you love Morovanka, Kev. What are your thoughts on these two maps?
Both teams can play these pretty well, actually. I mean, Sentinels picking Prokhorovka is a bit interesting, considering that was Archer's map pick recently. And Archers definitely have some serviceable LT drivers as well. Would like to see who from Prokhorovka is going to pick up the LT tank roles. And I think the more important question outside the map selections, are we going to be seeing Doodle Tank? That's the question that everyone's going to be asking in chat pretty much.
Doodle Tank is a fan favorite. I know he's a favorite of yours, Kev. So we'll have to wait and see.
The doodle and the dong.
Do you think that you would? Yeah. Do you think that you would get to the end of the season and not bring him for the fans? You know what I mean? That's the question, right? Like, you got potentially one last shot for the fans, and you got it. Sometimes you just got to play for the fans. I feel, even if it's even if you're playing for first, even if you're playing to make it top 4, you still, I think, bring him. We will won't have to wait much longer. Heading on to Prokhorovka, it is our third matchup of the night. Both of these teams with an opportunity to stay in the game, to make their way through the semi-finals next week, but they're going to have to turn up right now. This is their last chance. And oh my goodness, I'm looking at the names, boys. Feels bad.
Looking at the names, what's the feels bad? What am I missing?
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm missing something.
I don't know what I'm missing either, to be honest.
No Doodle Tank, I suppose,
Tank
is probably the main takeaway.
I mean, it's pretty high pressure situation at this stage, and Doodle Tank is has not been the lucky amulet that we made him out to be. He did actually drop a game the other day, which I felt like definitely wasn't Doodle Tank's fault. But you know what? It's like, I think for Sentinels, you definitely want a bit of a lucky charm that you know works for you, and maybe it's just
around Australia are devastated.
Yeah.
Yes, I would say so. But it doesn't necessarily bode too poorly for Sentinels, I don't think. I feel they've sort of brought one of their stronger looking rosters. I'm pretty happy to see Xanon in at the moment. Iron Guard's been having a good season, and you can't really go past keeping the core of Rainbow, Cindy, and Roendi in. So unless Rainbow has an absolutely shocking week like he did a couple of weeks ago, I don't see a whole lot changing this evening for Sentinels. Unless, of course, they do secure the 3-0, and then maybe for that fourth game, they can pull something a little bit more fun out. But in my mind, yeah, definitely looking like a good solid roster for the Sentinels. Rainbow trying to do his best scouting around in that T100 LT. Hasn't actually been able to see a whole lot so far. Trax is slowly creeping his way up the 2-line as well. So light tanks out on both sides of the field.
There was a moment where I thought both light tanks would have spotted each other, or like Trax would have spotted out Rainbow, but once again, a bit uncertain about the configuration for both tanks. I did know that Rainbow liked getting a little bit more combat heavy. Not sure about Trax and what he's got on his, whether he's running the low noise concealment or low noise exhaust to improve the concealment. So, okay, vents, optics, and CVS, which makes sense. Still surprised that he didn't really outspot Rainbow there, but yeah, it's a bit of a side at the moment, obviously. It's a bit static right now from the Archers, but they're the ones on the attack, remember? Sentinels are going to be more than happy just containing, waiting, seeing what's going to happen.
Yeah, very patient stuff on the attack here from Archers. The tree does go down. I'm not sure. Maybe Cindy might have been able to spot that one out. Should give away the position of...
That was a blind shot.
Trax. Well, I don't know if it was, to be honest, Kev, because I think the mod might be broken. You see all these players that are like constantly on the reload, if that makes sense. I think, in fact, actually, everyone pretty much doesn't have a working mod this game. So that's unfortunate. It's going to make life a little bit more difficult for us, but... I mean, okay, Celestia's got his working. That's good. Return's got his working. I'll give them credit. But it does seem, you know, like there's no world where all of those tanks aren't spotted in mid. You know what I mean?
So Rainbow's running the exhaust system. So this is like an interesting kind of like thing, right? He doesn't have optics. He doesn't have CVS. He's got low noise, but low exhaust with a rammer. So obviously you try to do a bit more damage if you're the T100 LT. They've got some serviceable DPM in that tank, but Trax is slowly and steadily pushing forward, seeing if he can find the 277s out back. CS, 277 making rotation as well on those bat chats. And now the question is going to be, Archers, they didn't push when they had the opportunity to earlier on this season, when I think they were taking on the Perth Panthers on this map. Just half a minute, lost in that initiative. They're making this push a little bit earlier this time around.
Yeah, they certainly are. I mean, Trax has gotten very, very deep indeed. So he's actually... Gotten a lot of information.
But Rainbow's coming
Whether or not
around.
he's, spotted those two players at the back of the map. I'm not too sure. You're right. Rainbow is starting to work his way across. This is very reminiscent of the rotation of the T100 LT that we saw from the Skorpions, if you remember
Yes.
that far back. And it seems like he should surely have spotted Trax out here. Indeed, the connection does come through. Trax might have just gotten tracked up there for a second. Very quick on the repair kit.
This needs to be a dump in right now from the rest of the members. The Superconk needs to start placing pressure on towards Cindy to make sure that he can't really do anything against Trax. Meanwhile, the CSs and 277s need to dig those 277s back out through the holdowns. You can see Iron Guard and Roendi, very important scenario right now. Celestia hasn't been spotted yet. Rainbow needs to just try to stay alive for now. Great focus fire coming out from the Sentinels onto the CS63, but the Bat Chat's going to be there, and they need to eliminate one of these targets.
Yeah, Roendi pushing forward. Blaze trying to do the good job of covering things off. He's been able to quite reasonably. Iron Guard, the focus of fire for the Archers, will go down. 1-for-1 so far. Trax out of the picture. The T100 LT, not a huge deal at this point, but losing a 277 is worse, given now Roendi is in a 1-on-3 and doesn't seem like he's having a fun time of surviving. Same can be said, though, for Dell. This is hanging on a very thin edge.
Sentinels have won. Sentinels have won at this stage. The problem is that once you left that T100 LT alive, there is nothing on this battlefield that's going to outspot it. The Superconks have that overwhelming advantage, and there you have it. This is GG for Sentinels any day of the week. As soon as, like, that's just the icing on the cake. If Rainbow goes down, you still have the Superconk overmatch. But the issue here was always going to be Archers need to dig these 277s out a lot more convincingly. It was great focus fire coming out from Sentinels to make sure that they were going to get punished. And they were able to stay, like, keep that vision control alive at the end of the day. Rainbow staying alive to the end, you can go, well, what do you contribute as a 270 HP LT? You're able to keep eyes on the back. You're chipping in with damage. You're able to run away in case things go really bad, and no one's going to be able to figure out where you are.
There you go. Pretty convincing result there. It looked like, Jordan, you and I think we're probably sitting on the fence with about a minute left to go. Kev seemed to have that one sorted. He'd stratted it out 10 moves ahead. And in the end, they finish up with 4 tanks still alive on defense. So not a bad result at all. And Roendi and Cindy sitting up there with over 3k damage a pop. Not a bad position to be in, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, I thought that maybe Roendi would go down a little bit quicker than he did, and obviously, inevitably, he didn't end up actually going down at all. It was the Bat Chat that was on the reload, which was a bit of a problem in the end there for the Archers. But look, it was a good attempt. It was definitely well fought. I thought Trax got a lot of control. He was able to sort of set things up nicely for his teammates, but got a little bit overwhelmed, ended up being in what essentially was a big crossfire setup and took a lot of damage just off the bat when he was initially spotted. On the other hand, Rainbow, when he was actually in that same kind of situation, he was just a little bit safer. I think there was only 2 tanks that could get shots on him as opposed to maybe the 3 or 4 that could get the shots onto Trax. And that was the difference maker in that 1v1 duel, which we kind of ended up seeing have a little bit more of an impact than it might have otherwise seemed to. The T100 LT, I feel like, is quite an easy tank to kind of underestimate. You look at it and go, it just does a little bit of damage. It's not really going to be all that much, but a couple of kills there, 850 damage through from Rainbow, and probably a lot of information gathering there as well late in the game, and he's able to kind of keep himself alive, which is just another tank to deal with. So great stuff in the end for Sentinels. 1 round down and on their way to another playoff spot.
Yeah, that's what we're looking towards. It does feel to me that time and time again, actually, that T100 does seem to make the difference, Kev. I know at times you're a bit of a fan, other times you're like, why are you bringing it? But talk us through this one as you saw it, because obviously the Archer's not starting off in prime position with Trax going down first.
It just felt like maybe there wasn't that focus on towards Rainbow. There was no real assistance at the end of the day. And the problem is, it's like, it just comes down to having one additional tank, keeping eyes on, helping out, and making sure you have the overmatch. Also to be noted, it's like, this looks really deceptive, like right now, because you're going, why can't these 277s dig out, or why can't the 277s and CSs dig out these 277s at the back from the Sentinels? It's a very strong hold down position. You'll see oftentimes, and we always refer back to advances when you're not really fighting in a pub battle. The reason why you're sitting there is not because you're a red liner and because you're terrible at the game, but because you're actually setting up a trap for your opponents to walk into. Very difficult once again. As soon as your tanks are hold down, you're trying to go, all right, we're going to have to overpeak. Your Super Conquerors have assistance in as well from the mid-ridge, so you can help out your buddies if you need to. And then you can duck back down to the other side to create another hold down once it gets to that time where, okay, this side's not working anymore. Time to roll back a little bit like Roendi did and to farm up the results. You can see that. Roendi having a huge game. 3.6k damage in the 277. absolute shining star.
Yeah, you love to see it, to be perfectly honest. So good start out from the Sentinels, though this was their map pick. So you go, right, it's Prokhorovka. They picked the map. They're defending first. These are ticks that you tick the boxes, right? They're all the things that you would expect probably to be coming out with a victory on. So the thing for me is, are we going to see them locked into finals and look coming out with a victory? That was quite convincing what we saw in defense. What have they got in store for us on attack, Kev? What do you reckon?
Same thing. I think you're running both T100 LTs. You're looking, it's always going to be, do you try to take control of the hill and you take the right side of the railway, or do you take the left side of the railway? Your defensive T100 LT needs to suss it out, then try to figure out where he sits himself positionally to get the rotations. This is why you saw, this is why that two, even though Sentinels, they didn't have an autoloader, why did they come out on top? Even if it was going to be a push onto the other side, even if they don't have an STB1, you've got the 277 that can rotate. You've got the Super Conks that can control a lot of these far corridors of the hold down potential. Then you have obviously Rainbow and the T100 LT who can get the vision and make those rotations accordingly. So it does come down to sometimes to the vision game. It's harder to do it on the attack than on the defense because you make a single mistake, you overstep your boundary on the attack, as you did just then for Trax. I don't even think he overstayed, right? He did this responsible thing by going down into the dip. Even if you try your best, you can still die, and you've done your role, and it's well, not going to be rewarded for that, even though you did the right thing.
Look, if anyone's interested, Kev is selling Tank's tips on Patreon, but if you do come to the finals at Fortress, he'll give you first half an hour lesson free. So !finals in the chat. You can go through, you can grab yourself a free ticket to the finals for the whole season. The top two teams will be there, COVID pending. And so will these fine two gentlemen. And I heard maybe on the grapevine, Jordan, that there might be a Team J versus Team Bondle, competition going on the stage. And I don't know about you, but I don't want to be on Team Bondle.
Ooh, I don't know. Is he a better player or a worse player than Jay? I have a feeling he might be just slightly better. So it might actually be a better team to be on.
Depends. If it's like the Battle Royale mode, then I know Jay's going to win because I'm pretty sure that's all he plays. But otherwise, I know Vondel likes to drive down the middle. Nevertheless, if you want to see it in person, the only way to do that is at Fortress Melbourne on May 22nd. We've got semi-finals coming up next week with the top four teams. We have our third place match and Ouija's and CC's the week after that. So the next 3 weeks are action-packed. But the Sentinels v. the Archers are up right now, and these two teams still vying for a spot in the top four. Can the Sentinels go 2-0 here on Prokhorovka?
It's time for us to find out. Moving on to the attacking side, so a little bit more work to do, but already look at all that info that Rainbow's able to gather. Sees the CA63 and both the 277s over on the 789 line, and you'd have to imagine that you put 2 and 2 together and say, well, this is a eastern side defense from the Archers.
Trick is, how do you break it? That's not ideal, having your bat chats and your super conk spotted out going to hill, because it means you are going to get shot and you're going to bleed out. It's very hard to rotate your super conks out. You're going to, look, for Archers, you're going to have to stack all your eggs in that single basket and go, look, super conks onto hill. Gee, I really wonder what they're going to be doing. I think it's going to be a 2-flag attack. You completely ignore the 1 flag at this point in time. So, a bit of a surprising take. Normally, you don't see Super Conks come over to this side, especially in 7 minutes. But what are you going to do as Rainbow right now? How are you going to sell anything? Because the majority of forces have been spotted out.
Blaze cops himself a shot. Rainbow continues to just trundle around in mid, continuing to get vision for his side. Ooh.
Ouch.
Has just overstayed his welcome a little bit. I think it was Trax that might have got that one through.
Yeah, 469. A little bit underneath the 490 alpha, but that's okay. I think I've rolled a high 390 before on a 277, which at that stage you look at it and you just go, why has God forsaken me?
At least you hit it. Not the easiest thing to do.
I don't know. It's like the case of, if you have like a really low roll and you hit it, it's like, well, I'd rather be better off maybe not landing that shot because I wouldn't be disappointed. Like, if I bounce, it's like, okay, at least that's my aim or whatnot. You hit it, it's like, congrats, you penned the shot. and you barely did anything. Like, you barely did any good damage. It's like 390 sounds good, but on a 490 alpha gun, it's betrayal.
Yeah, but on a 1500 HP tank, it's actually quite a substantial amount of his HP. So.
Jordan, would you prefer a 550 roll or a 390 roll?
Sure, if you're asking me if I'd prefer a 550 roll or a 390 roll, I think you know the answer. But if you're asking me, would you rather not hit the shot or hit the shot and get a 390 roll? I'll take the 390 roll as well.
I'd rather not hit the shot. I'd just rather not be disappointed. At least I can blame something else inside the game. It's not my terrible
Sentinels.
They're
are on the move at the
rotating?
moment.
This is insane. They're actually rotating with 3.5 minutes with Super Conquerors.
I think they'll make it.
They will, but there's no margin for error at the moment. That's the problem.
What were they realistically going to do? Dump over on hill,
No,
get
they
spotted
couldn't.
down,
They
and
got
get
spotted.
absolutely
So,
farmed.
but they stayed there for like 1 minute, and I'm like, okay, now they're going back, which is good. But and another plus thing, I guess, is that they haven't been really spotted. Well, now they've been spotted off rotation because the super conks have been lit up. The question is how Archer's going to respond. You need to dedicate a tank over. The SCB needs to get to that little rock you see over there with that bush. Yeah, got to get an SCB-1 over there. It's a pretty good position. That's Del's turn to go over. Try not taking one for the team. CS going to be spotted up on hill. Super Conqueror just going to keep eyes on for now. This is a very interesting setup. I think it's the easiest way to say it.
Too sure who I favor at the moment. I feel like there is some reasonable pressure on this cap. I mean, the T100 LT is pretty difficult to dig out at the best of times, and when it's sitting on the cap under that defilade, then someone's going to have to commit over to get the reset inevitably.
I feel like Del should be able to get the reset. It is difficult, obviously, but I feel like Del's in a position he's able to do so. He's in a hold down position back there. So even though the super conks you think can cover off, they're in a lot of trouble because they're in a crossfire. Returns managed to make a bit of a play. He is trying to get rid of a tank right now, but the problem is he's crossed over and he should be punished, and he hasn't been punished.
Cindy has to react. Cindy has to be the one to do something right now. He is in the bat chat, in the playmaking tank, and he's just sitting in that bowl, waiting for the perfect opportunity. And right now, I don't really feel like you're going to get that perfect opportunity. Inevitably, the Archers do push forward to get that reset. It leaves Rainbow out high and dry because the rest of his teammates are on the other side of the mid-ridge, and there is bugger all that they can do about that push. So, reset secured. Archers are looking good on the defense right now, and Sentinels are kind of falling into the same trap that the Conquerors did. They overcommitted a little bit too much on the cap, and once it wasn't obviously going to work out, well, they've wasted a bit too much time, and now they don't really have any options left, and it seems like they're not going to decide to take any options instead.
I think they're just trying to get rid of return at the moment. That's going to be a good start. Gets returned, obviously, off your CS and everything. HP, it's not really to your advantage, but 277s can't really fight against the Super Conquerors around this hold down. That's why they're starting to rely on a couple of HE shields, but as soon as the overmatch does come forward, Del is happy just chilling out at the moment. Celestia spamming HE for days. Welcome to 1AR. Xana's commander's gone.
It doesn't look like he has the medkit available either.
No. And there
Which is
goes
pretty
R&D.
unfortunate. Yeah, it's just a slow bleed to death, really, for the Sentinels. It's a pretty unfortunate result. It looked like they were setting something nice up on the attacking side, but not enough coverage for Rainbow. Too much presence all around the map from Archers is kind of what resulted or what forced that situation. And we've kind of seen the round peter out. It looked like it was going to be a good one, but it ended up being Archers just kind of steamrolling Sentinels. And not to say that that's bad at all by any means. It equalizes us at 1 apiece, which is a good spot to be going into the second map, but thought Sentinels might have a little bit more for us there, and they apparently didn't.
I thought that was going to be one of the more exciting games that we'd see, and then it sort of petered out. Looked like Sentinels lost about 3 minutes ago and took them 2.5 more just to slowly one by one go down. Kev, you said at the start, we're like, hey, don't always see the Super Conquerors trying to push up this hill. It takes a while, and we've only got 7 minutes. They get most of the way up there, and then they're all like, you know what? I don't want to be here anymore. Let's just rotate around. And it almost seemed like a good plan to me up to the part where they got spotted, stopped in the middle, and left their light tank on the 1 cap.
Yeah, pretty much. It's the problem with the Super Conks is that they're just not fast enough to rotate. That's the issue. The huge silhouette. CS is going to outspot it at that distance. Even though you got the T100 LT and you get the early spots across, I don't think they were expecting to be lit up by the 277 over at mid. I do believe it was Celestia that managed to actually see the Super Conks on the cross. You get a few shots in, and at that stage, the jig is up. You got 4 tanks over there on the island. You see Super Conks to the defensive side going to the hill, and you just have a think. You just go, wow, they might be going for the 2 flag. I don't know what's giving this away, guys. So even if there is pressure on the 1 flag, I wouldn't be concerned about it. And they were spotted out on the rotation out. And at that stage, for the Archers, I'd be laughing. I'd be going, I know exactly where they're rotating to. We can maneuver our forces perfectly to receive this. They cannot 5 tank dump on us. They cannot overmatch our tanks. All we need to do is like maintain firing corridors. Or sure, there's cap pressure. Sure, he's sitting low in the bowl, but the STB1 can just push in. As long as we're containing the Super Conks, where the Super Conks can't get shots into Dell in the STB1, that's it. I felt like Rorendi as well as Cindy would have been better off like taking the deep parts of the forest to fend off the STB1, and therefore like converting the cap pressure, alleviating a lot of the pressure off the Super Conks. But then return was a bit of a nuisance. You could see that he was on the flank and he was just pretty much peppering the players from the Sentinels from behind.
Yeah, we go through the replays here, and I think you pretty much described it all, to be honest. It felt like, to me, and we'll see this time and time again here, there's no real point where the Archers are forced to do much. There is pressure, but not really pressure on the cap. They know it's the light tank, right? And as you said, that was pretty easy to deal with. They knew where everyone else was. And they just, I guess, allowed the Sentinels to have to make their plays. And there was nothing really that they could do. So 1 apiece is the result for Prokhorovka. Still up in the air, still anyone's game at this point in time, looking to at least try and draw it out. We'll have to wait and see. But we head now to Muravanka. The Archers have picked at Kev, and one of these 2 teams looking for a 2-0. We have found this one hard to win on attack in the past, though.
I mean, it's Mura, right? Everyone knows exactly what I think about it now.
I love it. I want to change my thing to say favorite map, not mine's now Muravanka.
It's
I'm
just
sure someone can get on it. Yeah,
I reckon they'll be able to. It's just that case old. This is favorable now for Sentinels, as long as there's no huge any like X moments where someone just completely munts a play. It should be completely fine. Honestly, it should be completely fine on the defensive. It's been so hard to win in the attack because of the way that the map is designed. It's like, and even though Archers, they tried it with the 5As. They tried it with a bit of a different setup. Sentinels have tried it as well. No one's really figured out a solution. And for me, it's if someone hasn't figured out a solution after nearly... How long has Muravanka been in the map pool for? It's
ever.
Outside of like 1.0, like maybe graphically changing, it's still the same functional map like since before. Like when I first got into the game like 4 or 5 years ago.
Magic Forest used to be more OP, but apart from that, yeah, it's still much of a muchness.
It's still the same lineup, like as in still the same map, still the same problems that you encounter on the attacking side. And there's been so few attacking sides which have found the solution. It's been like so predominantly we see like defensive sides take the victory right now in the 5-5 format. I think there's a good reason why for it. The map is defensively biased. It's going to be so hard, but look, if this is the time to bring out a pocket strat, this is the time to do it.
What if you're the Matildas? Can you flying V this map, Kev?
No. Well, yes, in a sense, you can push to the is it the 1 flag? Is the 1 flag the close flag or the 2 flag? I can't remember which one.
1 flag is the close flag. I think 2 is closer to the forest, I think.
Yeah, 2's the forest one. Yeah, I mean, I think you can 5-man push the 1 flag, get 3 tanks on the cap there, set up maybe a bat chat over the other side inside the houses and maybe someone at the lighthouse and kind of try and brawl it out from there. It's a bit more of like a cheese strategy. Like you're really gambling on the cap pressure, having enough of an impact to force the defenders to push through and kind of make
it doesn't right now, right? They have to win, right? Yeah. You have to win on attack, pretty much. Like assuming this is defensive sided, a draw is definitely not enough for the Archers. For the Sentinels, do you guys know where that is at? Have you got your little spreadsheet up to tell me? Because I think that's pretty
Sentinels
close.
Draw
The
is
put
pretty
Sentinels
good.
On 8 points, right?
Yeah.
So,
so basically, this is the situation. A draw for these 2 teams. Sentinels will go through, assuming Skorpions beats Panthers, which we think is the likely scenario right here. If that doesn't happen, if Panthers actually beat Sentinels, then maybe there's a chance for the Action X boys even still to potentially be in there. But either way, I mean, I think right now Sentinels, if they get the draw, you can almost secure them through to the finals. And for Archers, well, they just dead set need the win. If they don't get the win, then there is no chance.
Archers, time to full send on Muravanka.
Yes, it is. Rainbow starts out on the bat chat this time instead of the T100 LT, which is funny because he was running the T100 LT on both of those Prokhorovka games, and obviously Muravanka is another map where we do see the T100 LT predominantly being brought, but just tracks this time. And double Kranwagen set up for the Archers. Do like that. I'm always a fan of Kranwagens, especially on the ridgeline maps, and this is one of those.
They're trying to tuck underneath and see if they can get rid of maybe the Super Conqueror or the Kranwagen and fight accordingly, but there is an overmatch in terms of the heavy tank. Cindy as well, just going to be out over here, spotting towards the 2 flag. Kranwagen's going to be pushing down from Church. Should be spotted out. What is that from Dell? Excuse me, sir. You cannot hit those. That is not allowed. He's been punished. That was pretty disgusting, though. Like, you just instantly snapshots, and the Kranwagen is not a good snapshot tank. Kranwagens are in position, but they've lost a bit of HP on Dell. They still haven't figured out where this bat chat on Cindy is.
Yeah, well. Slow and steady so far on the defense from the Sentinels, but anything but for Archers. They've just gone zooming through the map. Ooh, nice tag there onto Roendi, getting knocked down a peg again. Just wants to duck his head down a little bit here. This is one way to win on the attack. It's just to get some really nice bleed damage on those tanks as they start to peek their heads up and put them onto low HP. Obviously, increases your chances. Every single time you get a 3 point of damage, you know, your win percentage, your win chance might go up by 1%, 2%, and compound that 2 or 3 or 4 shots through. And, you know, maybe you've tipped the scales enough that it really matters and they start to compound upon themselves.
I feel like this battle all comes down to whether or not the tracks can figure out where this bat chat's going to be at. And it's so hard to dig this bat chat where Cindy is at that position. There's no trees that will indicate it's going to be knocked down. It's not a case of, oh, there's a bunch of trees knocked down. Could be hiding in this bush. Could be over here. Could be over here. Rainbow as well on the other side, just keeping tabs, just making sure that the STB1 can't get too overconfident. All you need to do for Sentinels, you've got the HP advantage. Thanks to the fact that you've got a couple more super heavies. All you have to do is just relax, take it easy. As I say all the time in the world of tanks, 4 minutes 20 they have to hold off. Whereas for Archers, they need to start making a bit of a move. And this bat chat rotation from Celestia, it's going to be spotted out by Rainbow.
Oh, again, not that much of a response just yet from Archers. Trax is starting to rotate his way back into the Magic Forest. Bat chats are on their way over to the 1 line as well. So what this inevitably will end up being, by the looks of things, is Kranwagens to get on the cap, try to force some pressure that way, and inevitably it will be a brawl for the victory on Muravanka, which kind of goes hand in hand with what we were talking about. You know, we sort of said the Matildas strat, the flying V straight in. It's not so much that. Rainbow will have a nice position to farm from here. Not sure if he's spotted or not.
I don't think so. He's double pushing.
Yeah, the mod not working now has been spotted, but he gets his fair share of damage out there, and we're happy with that trade so far. Celestia's going to try and push the issue, try and take down Rainbow while he's on the reload, but he might not even get there. Dead. He's been tracked. He's on 24 HP. Iron Guard gets the shot through, and well done from Sentinels. They cover off Rainbow. He was like a weak little lamb. He couldn't have done anything if Celestia would have gotten on top of him, but he's got his big friends behind him, and that works out perfectly for the Sentinels.
Yep, 4,000 HP advantage. Great focus fire coming out from Sentinels as well. They understood exactly what Archers wanted to try to punish. And now it just comes to the stage. It should be the resolution. As soon as Rainbow's got that clip off, he's looking to maybe chip in and fire a few in. But he just has to be careful.
Yeah, just trying to sneak 1 or 2 more through here. Any damage that you can get past that first initial clip in a bat chat is always going to be worth its weight in gold. In fact, he's actually opted to go for the reload here, Rainbow, which I don't think is a bad choice. Archers, I don't know if they're going to actually make the push on the timing. Doesn't seem like they will, so Rainbow might get away with a little bit of a cheeky play here.
Yeah, even as Trax pushes in, should be spotted out by Rainbow eventually, and the Kranwagen should be off reload at the time. Super Kong's ready to cover off. Cindy just making sure there's no backstab attempt coming out from the T100 LT. 2 minutes and 10 seconds left. There's no cap pressure, no HP advantage for Archers. They're just bleeding out. Xana's played this hold down position perfectly. Rainbow's now off clip. Yes, Trax is coming in. Return trying to be a bit of a nuisance. Rainbow trying to sneak around, get a few more shots in. First one's ricocheted. Still staying around though. Decides to go for Blaze this time. Blaze should go down.
Rainbow has been tracked. We'll just get the repair kit through. Fires a few more back in that direction. Probably needs to start turning his attention onto Trax, who will finish him off. 480 damage through onto Trax. Not sure who that ended up being from. Might have actually ended up being from Rainbow. Big roll if so, but either way, the Archers, they have the 4-on-4 that they were looking for, but they don't have that much time to chew through the HP, and they're at an HP deficit, and Cindy's starting to roll his way into the fight as well. Almost fully loaded Batchat is going to do the janitorial duty onto Blaze, and then more than likely follow up onto Dell as well. The Kranwagens both a bit occupied. Blaze with the reload. Dell with what was happening in front of him. It doesn't matter which way they're looking because they're getting decimated. The Sentinels will secure the draw and knock Archers out of contention for playoffs, but they haven't 100% confirmed their own spot in playoffs just yet. If they get the win here, they will. But if they do just go through with the draw, then it's still up to that next matchup.
Yeah, doing what they need to do, though. Obviously, the best result they could have got was a win on defense. They ticked that box, and now the Sentinels move to attack, looking to find themselves a 3-1, a win tonight, which would give us 3 victories in a row, which would be an exciting time. But talk us through this one, Kev, as we take a look at the battle results. To me, it felt like the Archers were never really in it. They got kind of to the cap, but they were only on 5k HP. Then they find themselves eventually in that 4v4. But it's a 4v4 where one team has 2,500 HP and one team has 7,500. So it's an inevitable result at that point.
When you bleed out so much in your heavies, when you already down heavies, when you're relying on information control and map control, it's never ideal, especially considering your Batchat also gets blown up. That's, once again, really good focus fire from the Sentinels. You're starting to get a bit disparate from the Archers because you really need to make that move on. You really need to try to isolate a target. That's why Miravanka is such an oppressive map to attack on. You can see, even though you get a couple of bleed shots, you think your Kronwagens are in a great location. Because you can't find this Batchat that's hiding in a bush, because there's about 3 or 4 different bushes you could be placing a Batchat or a light tank, there's no way you can approach the south flank. You can't approach the south flank. Oh, all eggs in one basket. And if you make a slip up, you know what happens to those eggs? They get smashed, just like Celestia did.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate. No, honestly, from here on out, like, this is just the demise of the Archers is what we're seeing here. There was very little they could really do to turn it around. It would have required, I don't know, maybe even Madhouse and Geordie combined may not have been able to bring this one back with some kind of 6 strat. But the Sentinels played it out well, come through 3 tanks alive. And yeah, what more could you ask for? So your Sentinels now, you're moving across to attack, Kev. What are we looking from them, right? There, again, we spoke about it before. These opportunities, like, they can't lose at this point. They can only draw, and a draw probably gets them there, maybe not. A win guarantees them, and not only does it guarantee them, but we talk about seeding. When you go into that semi-finals, right, you probably don't want to play the Matildas in the first match of the semi-finals or anything like that. So are we going to see something crazy from the Sentinels here? What are you expecting?
I'd say it'd be a bit more stock standard from the Sentinels. Might see something a bit more crazy from the Archers. I think they realistically know right now that their season is over. They looked at it and they had to take the victory. A draw's not good enough, so they might come into this and have just a bit of fun. And it's always difficult taking down some of these mean lineups. We saw that on Cliff, where the TVPs and Batchats and a Fosh B, it reigns supreme. So I'm not saying we're going to see FV 4005s, but it wouldn't surprise me if we see 1 or 2 being brought out.
He's not saying it's going to happen, but he'd probably like to see it happen. So we won't have to wait very long to find out if that is going to be the case. If you're enjoying yourself tonight, their last week of regular season, HyperX in chat, a chance to win some HyperX gear. Republic of Gamers in chat, chance to win some ROG gear. And !finals in chat. We'll give you the link through to the finals page to grab a ticket to see this all live on May 22nd at Fortress next week on the Friday. It's going to be our semi-finals. It's single limb. It's going to be absolutely huge. Very important games next week. The Friday after that, our 3rd place match, our WeGs versus CGs match, which I don't think we actually got to see last season. So that'll be fun to see. And then the Saturday after that, May 22nd, as we said, our grand finals live from Fortress. J-rated the real Vondel live there in the flesh. You can tell them all of your complaints. Vondel will be there to hear them. He's contractually required to sit there and listen to every complaint you have about World of Tanks. So if you have them, feel free to deliver them in person. Bring a list. But no complaints from me tonight. Gans, how long's your list, Jordan, of complaints?
I think Vondel actually told me the other day that he wanted some light reading to take home from that event. So if you do have a list, make sure you write it down, get some good solid points out there.
The I got from ANZPL were not what I wanted. The Vondel versus J-rated show match was not as exciting as I wanted. Vondel was actually not that good. What else are you thinking of? I'm sure there's plenty of there. I really wish Sandman was not on the show.
That's probably one of them.
That's probably going to be number one on everybody's list. But you can tell me in person at Fortress because we'll be there.
Yeah. And you can test out the Karath Commander as well. You just walk up to him and
can you stand behind me? Can you stand behind me and make all the commander voice commands for me as we go all the lines?
Voice lines.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, wargaming, that's always the option, right? I'll even record them in my duck pajamas if it comes to that time. So,
did you actually buy those, by the way?
I have not yet, but I found a place. I am ready pretty much to actually get those duck PJs in a bit. I'm obviously waiting on the results of the semifinals.
Rock them at the after party.
True.
The grand finals. I'm hearing there's going to be a huge after party put on by Vondel and J-rated. It's going to be sick. You don't want to miss it. Wargaming after party is always awesome. So Kev's going to be turning up in his pajamas. Sounds like a good time.
I mean, last time
At least he doesn't have to iron them.
I was going to say, last time I turned up at one of those after parties, and this is what I was talking about. What a setup. Let's go. Object 261, FV 4005, Manticore, TVP, Kranwagen. You think this isn't going to work? Check again, Jordan. It's going to work.
Well, we will see. It might actually work. If that 4005 can blow up Rainbow in one shot. Oh, there we go. It's happened. It's actually happened.
Burst. He's dead. What do you say about that?
I was saying it for the meme, Kev.
Hey, what do you say about that? Until it just goes no.
Was it the right? Was it the 4005 or
it was
it
a
the
4005. It was a 4005. Okay. So sure, they're going to place a bit of cap pressure, but here's the thing: they've got Artie, right? What's Artie really good at doing?
Resetting caps.
Yeah, just clicks on things and that's it. TVP and Manticore, that will actually win the fight against Cindy as well. Which I don't think has ever really been a sentence used in the history of World of Tanks.
Cindy's also on reload. Where's Celestia going? He wants to get the shot into Rowendi by the looks of things. I don't know. Did he even spot Celestia? He didn't even spot Cindy.
Nope.
He didn't even spot Cindy. That's why he kept going.
The TVP should have spotted him. Yeah, should have spotted him out. And Blades is like, oh, I don't win this fight, but there's an Artie shot there. And Cindy's like, oh, you forced me to use my repair kit. Forced to use my kit. What's Celestia doing? What is this battle at the moment?
It's an absolute mess. That's what it is, Kev. Archers are still not in the greatest of spots, to be honest. Rowendi under a bit of pressure from this Manticore. Once Trax arrives, I think Rowendi is dead. Dell is also creeping up behind in the FV4005, and that's the end of Rowendi. Keep the camera on Dell. That's all that matters at this point.
Jordan, I can't believe
2.7k.
Jordan, I can't believe you used that sentence. Manticore is gonna place pressure on something.
Yeah, it's poggers. This is the best strat I've ever seen. Archers are actually making it work. I wanted to see, by the way, two 4005s, two 183s, and an Artie. And we kind of almost got it, so I'm pretty happy. Trax needs to get the reset here, and he does. Well done. He kind of had to suicide his tank forward for that, but he's essentially won his team the round in doing so. Celestia on the flank in the Manticore. He's going to just be able to dump so much damage out so quickly, isn't he, Kev? That tank's an absolute beast. Look at him, Celestia putting in hard work.
Yeah, I don't think, unfortunately, the 261, not really doing the work right now. Return, missing a couple of shots. Don't want to be seeing that in your Artie player. The FE doing fantastically, but unfortunately, they're unable to really pick off their targets. Should be a Sentinels victory from this point onwards. There is no way a Manticore at 320 HP and a 510 HP Object 261 wins this. I'm sorry to say. Might have got a bit too carried
away. I really thought Dell was going to make it happen in that 4005, but just put himself out of position. Artie shot goes through, gets the reset. Yeah, keep cracking on. Let's go.
Yeah, but Celestia's going to eventually get targeted by Cindy, right?
Yeah, but I mean, what if he doesn't? What if Cindy misses his shots? What if Celestia kills Cindy and then it's unwinnable for Sentinels, right? Because the Manticore can just outrun the two heavy tanks.
Yeah, I mean,
as long as resets keep coming through from return here, someone's going to have to do something on the Sentinel side.
261 can keep firing. Like every 20, 30 seconds, you can have a bit of a guess. So
yeah,
Xander's come off the cap, which is a bit interesting.
Winnable? Am I sensing winnable, Kev?
Look, if they actually allow Archers to win from this position.
What if he gets another reset, Celestia rotates, wraps all the way up down to the one line, and then starts to get resets in the back? Come on, return. You got to connect one of these. How many more shots can he get in 45 seconds?
He can get two more, I think. Yeah, two more. Yeah. So he's just repositioning just to make sure he's not going to be like lit up. But without seeing like the cap timer reset, you'd probably think to yourself right now, if you're returned and go, maybe he's going to be over here instead. So he's trying to maybe target a bit of a different position. Celestia, I don't think he's going to outspot Cindy, which is a problem. Oh, Cindy's moved though. Celestia might just spot him out.
Well, Cindy's going to get on the cap.
Oh, return no, he's going to get Artie.
Cindy.
Cindy, run! You're about to get Artie.
Come on. Return's got to fire.
Move.
Fire, return, fire.
Oh, he's missed.
He doesn't get the reset.
Both of them. That's it, GG.
That's it, GG. That's it. Oh, it was exciting. It was fun, but it's the end of the Archers. Sentinels will secure their place in the finals as well. That's the end of Adelaide Action X's run as well. So, bit of a meme strat. I almost thought it was going to work, to be honest.
Oh, man.
There was some good moments.
Saving the absolute best for last, and then almost at the end, not getting the reset. I felt bad about that. But that was exciting. The Archers bringing the fun, but for the Sentinels, they bring a victory on the attacking side of Maravanka. Gives them a victory here today. That's 3-1. That's three actual results, gentlemen, from 3 matches. So the curse is definitely more than over. So if my math is correct, and I'm pretty sure it is because I can add 3 to 7, puts the Sentinels on 10 points. So that rockets them up the leaderboard into, I think, what is second place at this point. Pending any other results. So we'll have to wait and see. But obviously locking them in the top 4 through to finals next week. Kev, I don't want to take this away from you, though. Take us, what are your highlights from the game? We're looking at this Cindy with the bat chat, a bit of damage on that one. But for me, it was all about the return. Okay. All 364 damage on the Object 2-6.
I'll tell you, this was a literal definition of rainbow. This is, just pretend... This is gonna be weird, right? But this is Rainbow, and this is Dell.
Okay.
Just got absolutely clapped. That was literally the highlight of the game. I'm sorry, Rainbow.
Yeah,
but
it was. Look, I actually thought about removing Rainbow from my fantasy team, but he had a good week last week. I was like, I'll give him another shot here, and he's cooked it. He's absolutely cooked it this week. So look, Rainbow's in the bad books.
Jordan, I can just assure you right now, my fantasy roster as well, alongside with yours, has gone about as well as that strat has gone. It's right into the dumpster. It's just gone.
Look, I almost had a really good week last week. CJ got 36 points. He got 36 points total for the week and absolutely ruined it for me. So CJ, that's a call out. That's why you're not on my team this week. Rainbow, you've probably only got about 36 points this week and you're not going to be on my team next week. So get in the bin. Actually, there is no fantasy league next week. So damn. But maybe next season, Rainbow's not in. Let's get him out of there. Put return in. He plays.
So you're saying you're not winning, Jordan? All of this, you talked yourself up all season long, and you're not.
I'm in the top 15,
league.
and Kev's in the top 10. I feel like we're doing all right.
I think I'm winning for anyone who forgot to put their picks in for 2 weeks. So I don't know if that's a side competition, but I'm going to take it. Though three results from 3 matches tonight. So as we said, that'll put the Sentinels on 10 points. That gives them only their 2nd win of the season, but everything else they've done this season, obviously those draws coming through, 1 point for a draw, 3 for a win, it all starts to add up. And we always harp on about how important either for and against is, head-to-head, whatever it might be, when it comes into tiebreakers, potential for some tiebreakers tonight. So we know the Matildas are in top slot with 13 points. You got the Sentinels in there at 2nd at the moment on 10. The Bulldogs currently in 3rd with 9 points, and it's got the Skorpion versus the Panthers remaining. So the Archers out. We know the Panthers are out. The Skorpions, though, they're at the start of today, were sitting second on the scoreboard. So they don't have to do all that much. But Kev, take us through these great highlights because this whole game was a highlight for me.
Yeah, pretty much it was the FV slap. There was a reset from Artie, which is pretty good. But outside of that, that's about it. I think that's...
Wow.
Yeah, FV slap. Yeah, this one's always going to be good. Unza Warendi, that's always going to be fun. Outside of that, Artie one shot. Sentinels just focus firing. Yeah, that was about it. Not much to describe beyond that, unfortunately. Sorry to disappoint you, Ben. There wasn't any overarching strategy there.
What do you mean? It was fantastic. And it was great to see this team devoting 20% of their available tank usage to artillery. Because clearly that's the new meta. But the Archers bring us a bit of fun. The Sentinels, though, bringing the victory tonight and securing their spot in the top 4 into our semi-finals coming up next Friday. So we're getting pretty close, gents. We're very close now to locking in our top 4 teams. We know where 3 of them sit. It really just comes down to the Skorpions. Where do they sit in the top 4? And how do they go up against the Panthers? And to be honest, and I guess we can touch on this a little bit more, Jordan, when we come back from the break. But if you had to go up against a team, Panthers sitting at the bottom of the ladder even now, you'd probably love to see the Panthers in week 7.
Yeah, well, let's just hold on for a second here because
Okay.
Skorpions is on 8 points. Panthers is on 5. Action X also on 8 points. And if Panthers wins, they go up to 8 points as well. They'll get 3.
Jordan, I'll stop that discussion there. Panthers can't make it through. Even if it's a 3-way tiebreaker, Skorpions win it. The head-to-head favors Scorpion between Adelaide, Action X, and Skorpions because they won that series last week. So, unfortunately for Panthers, I know that's...
Panthers can't make it, but why can't Panthers make it then? Because they would have the head-to-head over Scorpions.
Because it's a 3-way tiebreaker. You have 3 teams on 8 points, then you have to look at the for and against. And the for and against at this stage favors...
Panthers, let's assume Panthers wins 4-0. They would be, 15-13, right?
Yeah.
So they would have a better for and against than both Adelaide Action X and Skorpions, who would be 14-14.
True.
So I feel like I think there's some nutting out that we have to do when we go into the break here.
Have you put all your faith in a spreadsheet that you didn't put together yourself? Is that what you're telling me?
Ooh.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not telling you anything right now. I'm saying I need to have a look as we go into the break, and we'll definitely figure it out. But I do think that there is a chance, however small, for Panthers. They might need a 4-0. I'll do the math when we do go to
Elfish
this break.
Guy had slammed the door on the Panthers earlier on in the broadcast. Now he's just peeking through.
I don't know if I
having a little
I don't know if
look.
I was
He's
the only one, by the way, that did that. But
is the door back open? Look,
yeah.
We'll take a quick break. When we come back, the Skorpions v the Panthers. Is Elfish Guy going to backtrack? Do the Panthers still have a chance? Are the Skorpions going to run away with it? We don't have to wait very long. One more quick break. When we come back, our last matchup of the night. We'll see you soon.
This was an important battle. We needed a victory. The enemy was more experienced. But we had 2 aces up our sleeve. The K91PT is a Tier 9 tank destroyer. It looks bellicose. It strikes the target hard. Its typical Soviet accuracy is compensated for by insane damage per minute. With a gun rammer, improved ventilation, and brothers in arms, it's even more effective. He went to the front line, to the thick of the action. His allies kept up. So did the enemy. A good old positional skirmish was about to happen. And our hero was ready. Here we go. The K91PT systematically gnaws 390 HP off of enemy vehicles. And they sure don't like it. There are 2 reasons for it, apart from the obvious. First, the opponents don't understand what the thing is. Second, they don't know where to penetrate this beast. The K91PT's hull might look strange, but it has its use. The effective armor at the spot where a turret should be is 340 millimeters. It's enough for this TD just to hide its lower hull and make enemies whine in despair. That's exactly what our hero in the K91 did. Not that he likes listening to the whining, he rather loves winning. Helpless opponents are a great sight on the battlefield. Although, it's hard to enjoy such a sight when your allies are exploding like popcorn. However, the K91 PT had a partner in this battle. But they didn't know each other yet. Meet the Panzer. It has a maximum speed of 65 kilometers an hour with a specific power of 21 horsepower per ton. Its gun delivers 390 damage per shot, and it has one of the best armor penetration values of all Tier 9 medium tanks, 268 millimeters. You don't want to mess with this guy. It pounces on enemies quickly and mercilessly. The important thing is that they don't look at him, and it's not because he's shy. It's just because he traded his armor for his innate audacity. A situational Panzer. Sounds like a diagnosis. But jokes aside, the K91 is in trouble. Another wave of the enemies is coming at the Soviet. And it doesn't look like the prelude to a positional fight. More like a rapid advance. What's more typical than outmaneuvering a lone TD in a light tank, right? The enemy is already imagining circling around the poor K91. Oh, it's a pity. It's a pity that the enemy doesn't know something about this Soviet. The K91 PT has excellent dynamics. Its top speed is 52 kilometers an hour with 20 horsepower per ton of specific power. Throw in a turbocharger for more vigor. Such a pairing makes this TD truly agile. And regarding its maneuverability, it doesn't just traverse well, it does it better than the E25. Long story short, you can't outmaneuver it. And our friend in the light tank has already realized it. The problem is that it wasn't alone. The enemy sent in the wheeled tank and pricked up their guns. But the K91 is also not alone anymore. This hybrid of the STB and STRV has a siege mode mechanic. 2 seconds apiece, and its mood changes completely. Its engine power and speed decrease, while its reload time increases. But its gun depression is now 15 degrees, accuracy is 0.3, and aiming time is 1.8 seconds. Precisely what's needed now. The Panzer made it in time. Its appearance caught the opponents off guard. They started making mistakes. The K91 PT's armor proved its class once again, and it was almost impossible to hit the German playing from the hull down position. One by one, the opponents rolled out and were hit twice. The K91 masterfully deflected shells, and the Panzer was everywhere. It changed position while peeking out from behind the hills. Minus 15 degrees is an excellent way of surprising the enemy. And although our heroes were pretty damaged, they came out victorious. Together, among the piles of burnt hulls, they were preparing for the main dish. This is who they were here for. The FV4005 is an angry and unprincipled monster. He buys shells on the black market and has no mercy for anyone. There are rumors he even edged out his brother back in the day, just to become the boss. And of course, he wasn't alone. What self-respecting villain travels without his minions? Our heroes needed to devise a plan. A TD and an MT. 2 types, 2 vehicles, 2 styles. One spots, the other fires. Although, any mistake by the Panzer when scouting could lead to its destruction, and the K91 PT's accuracy could let them both down. And that meant it was time to surprise. The Kunze Panzer occupies a position, enters siege mode, and is ready to play as a TD. The K91 PT goes scouting. Here they are, the opponents. Now it's time for the final clash.
Welcome back. It's ANZPL, your Friday night World of Tanks action. We're up to our very last match of the regular season. It's gone all the way down to the wire. Elfish Guy's had his calculator out. Kev's been arguing with people on the phone. Both of them are still not sure what's going on. That's why we've got admins, to be perfectly honest. But gentlemen, I think at the end of the day, right, a lot of these scenarios that we're going through are probably quite unlikely. And when you look at the number 2 team at the start of the week versus the number 8 team at the start of the week, the Skorpions up against the Panthers, I go into this one giving the Skorpions, of course, a distinct advantage, right? Surely.
Yeah, you definitely do have to give the Skorpions the benefit of the doubt in this matchup, especially given how good they looked last week. I think we go back to that, Kevin. That was probably the most one-sided matchup that we saw all season. The word in is that Skorpions is 100% confirmed in playoffs because they got the 4-0 against Action X. That was last week. Apparently, Action X gets the 3-1 against Panthers as well, which means for some reason, Panthers can't make it. I'm still trying to wrap my head around it, Ben, but that's the word from the admin. So that's all I'm going to say is apparently Skorpions is in. We'll obviously update you as the show continues to go on. But what it really requires for that even to be part of the equation is for Panthers to win this series, which feels like a pretty unlikely result. Skorpions are looking great. I do hear there's a bit of a roster shakeup going for them at the moment. I don't think Napalm is going to be playing this evening. How big of an impact that's going to make, we obviously have yet to wait and see, but I still think that shouldn't necessarily be as big of a factor as it sounds like against the Panthers. I think Skorpions should have this match every day of the week.
I agree with that. Yeah, they should have the goods to come out on top of Perth Panthers, even though Panthers have had a decent run on some of the maps. They've kept it competitive. The problem is stringing it together over 2 series. Just something's missing at the moment. A little bit of that X factor right now. Just maybe something not completely there in terms of the strategy department. Maybe something missing in terms of having that hyper solo player who can actually win you these one-on-one duels and carry forward to winning you the game. Nevertheless, I mean, you still want to be backing these guys coming into the final match of tonight of the regular season, but it's so hard. Even with Napalm are gone for the Skorpions, it's like there's still so many good players. There's a really good caller in JT. They 4-0'd at Adelaide Action X last week on the side of the Skorpions. It makes it hard to justify an argument for the Perth Panthers.
Look, if there's something for me, and this isn't even playing devil's advocate, right? It's looking at the stats that we've got from the season. The Panthers right now, they're sitting on 5 draws. That's a lot of draws. That's a lot of 2-2s. That's actually quite a lot of maps that you've won across the season, right? Quite a lot of matches that, for the sake of 1 or 2 extra shots, could have gone your way. And if just one of them had gone the Perth Panthers' way, they would not be sitting on the bottom of the score. But it's not like they're sitting here with 3 losses. It's not like they're even currently sitting here with 2 losses. They've only got 1 loss on the board. 5 out of the 6 games they played, they've managed to come away even with their opponents, right? So just one thing maybe needs to go their way tonight, Jordan. And it could shake this whole season up.
Yeah, definitely could. I mean, they've been good at draws, but then again, so has the Skorpions, So I feel like it is kind of the battle of the teams that do like to go to 2-2, and a 2-2 today would be enough for the Skorpions, that's for sure. I think what Skorpions is definitely going to be looking for out of this matchup, though, is a win so that they can secure second place. To me, that's the most important question surrounding this matchup. Avoiding Matildas on the other side of the bracket will be a godsend, given the shakiness that we've seen from, the likes of Bulldogs, the likes of Action X, and the likes of Sentinels, the teams that could also still sort of make it through to the top four. So for me, for Skorpions, as long as they can avoid Matildas on the other side of the bracket, I'd probably be backing them to get through to the grand finals, make it to Fortress for that LAN. And I think that's what they should be focusing on today. Get those points on the board that'll secure them the second seed at the very least.
Second seed would definitely be advantageous. It's going to be Cliff for the Skorpions and then Ghost Town for the Panthers. Gents, look, I'm going to be honest. I think both of these maps are... sometimes I feel like we get some crazy results on both Cliff and Ghost Town. So I think this is actually set up in a world where the Panthers can do the unexpected tonight. I'm not going to say they're going to win. I just don't want to say that they're not going to win. Does that make sense? Because I don't want to cross them off the list just yet. And I want to give them I want to see them take their shot and putting a win on the board. And you know what I mean? Like if the Panthers come out with a victory tonight, right? And you go back and you look at the leaderboard in 20 years from now, right? When when Madhouse is running ANZPL or whatever it might be, and I'm off to the retirement home. People will look at the season if the Panthers pick up a victory, and they'll go, you know what? Looks like they didn't have that bad a season. They came middle of the pack. That wasn't so bad. Maybe they got players. Look, they just missed out on players. So close. It's just one game, Jordan. That's all it comes down to. With 5 draws on the board, the Panthers could turn up tonight, and they're like, you know what, Elfish Guy, you know what, Karath, screw you guys. We're taking away the victory, and Skorpions BL to you. But we'll go to Cliff first. A lot still on the line. Everyone has their doubts. They think I'm crazy. But at the end of the day, it just comes down to how these two teams play tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I guess at this point, is there even a question of a middle of the pack, top of the pack, bottom of the pack, or is it just one pack, Ben? I suppose it doesn't really matter anymore. All we have to question is the game at hand. And Kev, I do have one for you. Was this the map pool that Skorpions played last week against Action X? Was it Cliff and Ghost Town? Do you remember? I know there was definitely Cliff.
I think it was, I don't think it was Ghost Town, but let me take a quick look at the moment. It actually was. Oh wait, hang on a second. No, it wasn't. Give me that's week 2. Yeah, I was taking a look at it a long time back. It was actually Prokhorovka, which is the first map. I remember that because I was holding my hand in my heads. Anyway, nevertheless, no hands in my head this time at the moment. 277, playing hold down at the moment near the donut. CVP is just supporting that push in case the batch does come forward. 113 is trying to make their way forward, but not working out too well. JS also copping a bit of damage as well from the STB1 and the CS63, so this is not the ideal start, obviously, for what you want. The bat chat on the side of Lightning Man has also taken a few shots right now.
Man, Aussie's firing pretty quickly in that STB1. I'm just looking at it. It's funny. It looks like he's using an autoloader, but I think it's just a glitch in the mod. Either way, Lightning Man comes around behind the 277s. It's the go signal for the Panthers. Where is JT in the TVP? That's my question. Trying to focus down Lightning Man. Can't quite sneak that final shot through onto him. It'll be the job of Russian, but he decides to put the shot into a 113 instead. Knight, someone turn around, kill Lightning Man. They've got him finally. JT still on the reload. The tank's coming off the top of the hill. Skorpions, they may well actually lose this first round. It's a very tight thing at the moment.
Aussie's still here, and this is the part where you just focus fire right now. JT is about to come off focus. Now you get rid of the STB1. You look at the tanks that are more dangerous. You go, okay, STB1's the target. You can see that's what they're clipping on, but you got to be hitting your shots to some of these members. JT, he knows what his role is at this point in time. Just set up Aussie as well as Russian for success. Doesn't matter if he goes down right now. 113 surely doesn't bounce this. But the problem is there's 2 medium tanks. It was never going to be a question of whether or not Skorpion's going to lose it. It's just a fast fight at the end of the day. They bled out enough. They had the tanks there. The focus fire was good enough. There it is. That was such a quick game of Cliff. Wow.
Oof. Like 2 minutes. 2 minutes, 10 seconds or something. Over and done with very, very quickly. And yeah, the Skorpions coming out with a victory. Elfish Guy thinking they were going down. JT had other ideas. I think he got 3k damage lurking around the corner. And managing to stay alive for the majority of the match as well. But Kev, look, I'm not going to ask you for a strat sketch because it's not going to...
There's no point.
There's not much. You're just going to like move 3 tanks. But talk us through because that was... I need to relive that game again. Can you please do it for me?
Two 7-7s go hold down. They go boom, right? And then tanks. And then on the side of Panthers, they go, okay, we're going to have to group up. We're going to have to push. I like seeing that. They group up, they push. And unfortunately, the trade just wasn't there. They do some good damage. A couple of moments, they're Skorpions. They don't focus fire. I'm going, hang on a second. Where's the focus fire? Where's JT? And look, JT still does 3,000 damage. I picked Napalm and not JT again. Makes me look like an idiot, but that's okay. I don't think any of us this week are winning fantasy league. I think that's the easiest way to say it.
I've got JT on my list, by the way. Even if he doesn't like me, he's still in my fantasy
There you
league.
go.
So what can you do?
I think Ben might actually be both of us at the moment, Elfish, in terms of fantasy league. It's like that last week hop, which is, yeah. I mean, look at that pen ratio though. Like that's sharpshooting and a half.
I'll let you in with a secret, Kev. I've actually got both Russian and JT in my roster this week. So there's a bit of a flex coming through right there for the final game. I've been waiting for this one, and it's a great start for me on the fantasy points. We might be making an unlikely comeback.
You'll beat me for sure this week. I think my roster is performed absolutely dreadful. It's definitely looking like Tomato Town at the moment for all the stats there. But, I mean, outside of Reds and everything and bad win 8, I mean, that was a good attempt from Panthers. But as I was saying, they bled out a little bit too much at the beginning. And the collapse was good enough from the Skorpions. Good initiative from Aussie to push it at this point and come in from behind. He didn't just wait around trying to use his HP, which is good to see.
Yeah, the El Clasico donut brawl. But
I don't think you want to go up against Skorpions on Cliff any day of the week. I mean, to be honest, like this is looking further ahead, and it may be getting a bit ahead of ourselves here with the playoffs still, I suppose, not 100% confirmed in terms of what the matchups are. But if I'm any team going up against Skorpions in playoffs and there's the map vetoes available, I'm definitely wanting to get rid of this map in particular. I feel like this is just such a strong one for Skorpions, and they look miles ahead of everyone else on this map.
It comes down to focus fire. I just feel like their brawling potential is starting to be unlocked right now because of the roles that these guys can play. We always talk about like role players and everything. In my mind, it feels like, okay, like Aussie's coming behind. It's like the difference between like a player like not coming in from behind and actually like thinking about what targets. He can fire a shot into a 277. That's great, but what's better? Like you're trying to focus on these low HP targets. You've got that peripheral vision. You're scanning, you're going, what's a threat right now? Okay, this bat chat's a threat. Get rid of him. Then it's the S to be one, and that's JT calling it. JT knows he's going to go down. He knows he's going to cop a shot. He's going to take one for the team, but he's happy to take one for the team because what's going to do more damage in the long run? STB1 on 113. Quick maths, it's always going to be the STB1. You take down your priority targets. That, I feel like, is what's been keeping Skorpions a bit ahead at the moment. They understand the strengths of what tanks they're versing, how to punish like the tanks accordingly, and kind of roll their advantage forward from there.
Do you think that the Skorpions that we're seeing at the moment, right? And if we look back to what we saw from them in the last season, where they actually did pretty well up until a point, I think they lost to the Sentinels in the semi, if my recollection is true. Is the Skorpions that we're seeing now, do we feel like they're at a better point than the Skorpions, like comparatively with the rest of the teams? Are they better than the Skorpions of last season? Or
I think so.
Yes.
I definitely think so. Yeah, they're looking a lot stronger than they were last season. I think you can say, I guess we do have to wait and see how the rest of this series goes, but just off the start of it, off that one round, it looks like it's a bit more of a continuation from last week as opposed to some of the shakier weeks that we saw from Skorpions. And even in those shakier weeks, they were consistently getting themselves into good positions. It's just that they weren't converting those rounds. So for me, Skorpions has looked like a much stronger unit this season. I think they've got some good players in that roster. I've been pretty impressed by what I've seen from Russian, coming in. He's one of the quote unquote new players into the team. Obviously, we're at the end of the season, so it's not new anymore. But, some of the weaker players maybe have moved out from Skorpions. Some really strong players have come in, and it feels like they're finding a nice mesh. Even without Napalmer tonight, who has been consistently and statistically one of their better performers, they're putting Panthers to the sword. So I'm not going to go so far as to say I think they're the strongest team in the competition right now. I don't obviously want to see them playing against Matildas, but I do think it's a bit of a battle between those two. And I think they're kind of, at the moment, is it head and shoulders above the rest? I'd probably go so far as to say just about. I think they are consistently that much better than the rest of the competition. They were 1 and 2, right, coming into this week. They were 1 and 2 coming into the week. So you can give that to them for starters. I kind of feel like there's a different play style for what we see from the Skorpions than what we've seen from the Bulldogs and from the Matildas. So which of those two play styles is going to come out on top? I guess we'll have to wait 1 week to find out, most likely. But for now, the Skorpions, 1 point on the board.
irrespective of all the numbers and the crunching and whatnot, another point is going to guarantee them that top 4 spot, and we'll roll back on to Cliff. Skorpions looking. Look, you said you don't want to burst them on this one. Let's see what they can do on attack.
Yeah, look, that's the big question as well, isn't it? I got to hope that we're not going to be seeing a hill climb here from the Panthers, because that's something that Skorpions just demolished last week in their matchup on the attack. Doesn't look like it'll be the case, though. You know, you don't have the CS63 on the defense, so that instantly gives it away, and Skorpions will react accordingly.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a mid-brawl at the moment. That's what it's looking like. It's going to devolve down to, I look at those tanks, even on the defense of Panthers, you don't sit the 113s passively. You try to get them into favorable positions. JT trying to trade a few shots in at this point, but he clips out immediately, fires one away. Lightning Man thinking about going forward a little bit, but Knight, he's definitely pushing the agenda right now. I feel like, though, this game is going to be all down to this one-on-one fight between Russian as well as JS. Who's got the better patience right now?
Nice little roll there from Comrade Vodka. It's unfortunate for Knight that he didn't manage to convert his shot through, but so far, Phantom Sweet feels like he's in a 2-on-1 against 2-2-7-7s. Russian in the pip there, you can see, trying to win the one-on-one duel. And it seems to be going okay for him right now. JT gets tracked up in a bad spot, does have the repair kit, luckily, and is able to back on up. But
retract.
Starts to get focused down and is retracked by Lightning Man. It might end up actually being at the cost of a trade. Lightning Man low on HP, the 277s, they decide to go. Is this the right play, though, from the Skorpions? Batchat on the reload, it might be, but Knight also a one-shot, and Dastardly gets the trade. It's 3-on-4 for now, but it is actually a 3-on-3 because Lightning Man, we're still waiting for him for another 20 seconds.
Aussie,
if they can deal the damage before that comes off the reload, that Batchat, then maybe there's a chance here for Skorpions.
I mean, it all comes down to how well this STB1 goes, but Aussie's been punished really heavily for pushing forward. That's good stuff from JS. I think he puts a shot in. Comrade Vodka's got the HP, but the problem is he's by himself right now. And JS just trying to find the timing. Aussie trying to peek over, maybe see if he can slide something in. Russian's on reload at this point in time as well. Vodka just needs to back off. He's going to get more modules damaged. Reload's going to be forced. Now, the HP trade obviously not going to be in Vodka's favor.
HP overall is actually still in the favor of Skorpions. As I say, that
he's bleeding
shot
out
does go
so
through
much.
to Vodka, and he is, yeah, as you say, bleeding a lot. Aussie tries to sneak a shot through from up on top and won't be able to. There is a killing blow onto Dastardly. Russian off the reload now and tries to put as much work in as possible. Really needs to step up for his side here because Aussie doesn't have that much agency, but Russian with 858 HP sneaks another one through onto JS. Now 2 tanks are one shot for the Skorpions. And 1 a 2-shot. That's Lightning Man on 520 HP. It is definitely winnable for Skorpions, and now arguably shifts in their favor as well with that kill from Aussie.
I mean, they need to get rid of JS, right? That's going to be the first part. Where are they going to find Lightning Man? They know he was over there towards the 2 flag. Is he going to push all the way around? Is he going to slow things down? Panthers on the defense just need to reset the situation, get themselves in an ability, like a place where they can get crossfires, get some sight lines on. JS is playing this quite smart. You're playing underneath the cliff. Just trying to stay alive for now. Just spot out any pushes that are coming out from Russian. Try to see if you can punish Russian for it. That detonation might just be enough to turn the tide. It was a ammo rack damage that was coming in from the 277 on the side of Vodka. Then somehow the Batchat lands that shot at distance, and you go, is it a huge killing blow? Well, you're doing 500 damage instead of 300. That's always better than not.
I mean, defense is a bit of an advantage here for Panthers because they don't need to do a whole lot, but Russian has that advantage of just being kind of on the precipice of a 2-shot versus 3-shot. Even if the high rolls do come through, yeah, if the high rolls come through from these Batchats, he is a 2-shot, but on average, he should be a 3-shot.
Yes.
Whereas Lightning Man and JS, well, JS is definitely a 1-shot. Lightning Man should be a 2-shot.
Oh, Russian's going the right way at the moment. That bush is not going to obscure the rear of the vehicle, which means that Russian's going to get the advantage when he does cut across here.
I don't think there is any wrong way, really, for Russian, because JS is down on the low ground. And inevitably, he should win the battle against Lightning Man either way, or against JS either way, depending on which, he pushes towards. He is going to start to slowly work his way around the corner here, Kevin. Lightning Man, which direction is his gun facing? That's the question for me.
It's facing the right way,
He's
yeah.
actually going back towards Russian's position, so I mean, obviously, there's a world where Russian can lose it, right? He could bounce a shot could go wayward. We know what the bat chat is like.
But this is where you look back at previous weeks, because you look back at Russian's been put in these clutch situations so many times, right? You look at these scenarios time and time again, and this is where your experience coming out as like a clutch player now, because you go, hang on a second, I've been in this scenario before. I can slow things down. This is not the first time I've been in this situation. It won't be the last time. And you can see he takes his time, doesn't roll around the corner, decides to use a bit more of a cheeky angle, understands he gets the first shot off. Okay, that's completely fine. I've got the first shot off. It means I'll win this duel. I'll just take my time, land my shots. And this is your experience from previous weeks talking. It's not down to because you hit a miraculous shot or because you're a clutch master.
They can't cap, Kev. They can't cap unless Aussie comes around and goes there. Yeah, I was going to say, Aussie seems like he's just chilling at the moment on top of the hill, so we just need to wait for him to get here. But JS is going to have to move.
All he needs to do is hit a single shot, right? Heat rounds loaded, good pen value.
Yeah, every chance he can get the reset here.
Come towards the hill, rock over towards the same position we're talking about, get your butt up, shoot one tank, GG easy. No JS moment.
Oh,
at least you think that's what's going to happen. All right, come on, JS.
You've got to keep your gun trained here. Like, you know this is where the reset shot's going to come from every day of the week. Russian, as soon as he gets spotted, I reckon you just pre-fire this bush. Reset goes through. It was a tracking shot, though. It's enough time. It's enough time. Kill Russian.
It's enough time.
It's not enough time to cap.
Not enough time to cap. You're going to have to go for this at the moment. Russian's going to be on the chase. A bit of game of cat and mouse at the moment. JS understands. It's going to have to make a bit of a move on. Aussie's going to try and play support. Oh,
well, where do you go right now as JS? If he can dump off the cliff, he might just be able to play the vision game and hide away. Needs to be careful.
Yeah, he's done it.
Gets down okay. It's not over just yet, though, Kev. 30 seconds. If the bat chat gets to the edge of the bush, if Russian goes the right direction, he would have spotted him, but he hasn't. He's gone around the cliff. They think that he's gone around the lighthouse. They're wrong. They've gambled incorrectly, and it is going to be a victory for the Panthers in the end. JS will get the clutch. 14 seconds. No one's going to catch him there. All Russian had to do was just keep driving forward, get to the edge of the G4, G5 cliff, have a look over, have a peek over, and JS would have been spotted. He would have been dead meat, but in the end, not the case. And Skorpions will allow it to equalize at one apiece despite the best efforts of Russian and Aussie. It was a close thing. They did pretty well, I thought, to bring it back. I mean, it did look like Panthers had the advantage with the numbers at one point, but just not quite enough. And I honestly thought that when Russian did get that kill onto Lightning Man, that was going to be it. But well done from JS. Cool, calm, collected under pressure and gets it done.
Yeah, and you guys were talking about, look, you've been in this position time and time again. It looked like Russian was going to get the goods, but not the case. And I think if anyone, right, JS has the experience as well. And playing that out perfectly in the end, look, my heart was in my throat when I saw him go down the cliff with 126 HP.
Yeah. At least that one's more manageable than the lighthouse cliff. So there is that.
That drop is easier to drive down. It's not like it's like one where I would have looked at and been like, that looks a lot safer than a big old fall off the lighthouse cliff.
If it was me, I take damage there. That's all I'm saying.
Well, that's why he's an ANZ PL, and that's why you're not, Ben. I guess that's.
Yep.
You can't really fault. You can't really fault Russian or Aussie in that situation either. Like, once the reset comes through, it was pretty much perfectly played from both teams in the end, like in terms of the clutch in the 2-on-1. Like, JS did exactly what he needed to do. It would have been nicer to get a damaging shot through, which obviously would have made it a bit more apprehensive on the push for the Skorpions when they did try to chase him down. But either way, just needs the reset. Then he runs away. He knows he's basically won it from there if he can survive. And then for Russian and Aussie, it's kind of a gamble. As soon as JS goes dark, you have to take a guess as to where he's going to go. You might make the argument that maybe the STB1 could have wrapped around behind the lighthouse and the Batchat could have continued driving in a straightforward direction, kind of cover both your bases there. But then you run into the situation where if the STB1 on a one-shot gets killed on the lighthouse side, then that's round over as well. So they decided to go together. Fair enough. I don't disagree with the choice. I don't think they made a mistake. It's just that things didn't quite go their way. So very well played from JS. I also thought it was well played from the Skorpions players as well. But in the end, one apiece. End of the day, you're not disappointed as Skorpions. Like, yeah, you would have liked the win. You would have liked to have confirmed the draw then and there to make sure that, there is no possible three-way tie situation, which, again, apparently doesn't matter anyway because Skorpions goes through. But look, it would have been nice to at least confirm it 100%. But one apiece, you're not concerned, really. You're not worried right now as Skorpions. And so you take that one on your chin and say, we'll get them on the next map.
It's an important one to learn from as well for both teams, right? When we talk about there's actually not very many opportunities for these teams to play this 5v5 format. You know, there's only so many times you're scrimming, you're playing in ANZPL, so it plays out differently than the same scenarios in your regular matches or in your clan battles or whatever it might be.
Oh, for sure, 100% of the time. It's like normally when you have more tanks to play with, you very rarely devolve into 2-on-2 or 3-on-3 scenarios inside Clan Wars, inside Advances. It very much is a case of you normally have the majority of tanks up. If it does get to the clutch situations, that's where you really develop as an individual. That's where you kind of get the clutch prowess kind of thing. But yeah, as Elfish Guy said, I don't really blame either team. If it was like JS that was the pressure, you know, like, even if he fell down from here, I was like, he's done well enough. He has to make a really risky decision, and he's made the correct call, because in every single scenario, when you look at this guy peeling left, peeling right, what is the more obvious thing that, like, you're going to look at, okay, he's definitely gone left, and he's going to use the buildings and whatnot. He's going to try and get to the hold down position back over at the cliff. You're not going to think this guy's just going to, in this clutch situation, on 123 HP, just drive straight ahead, climb down, and then hide. It's like one of those situations you run through the scenarios and you go, how many people can pull it off in such an intense moment? Not many. He makes it look easy. I think that's the case.
Not many, if any.
Yeah.
Exactly.
James makes it look easy. It's like, oh yeah, I've done this before. But I can guarantee you most people try it, they'll just die.
The experience coming through. And even from, you know, the Panthers, we said they are sitting on the bottom of the leaderboard, but they've come out with 5 draws so far this season. Only 1 loss. There's really, if you go on the balance of probability and what we've seen from them, a draw is probably the most likely result for them tonight. So the Skorpions are going to have to maybe put some work in here as we head across to Ghost Town, which is the map pick for the Panthers. If the Skorpions are looking for a victory, and to be honest, a victory would probably be good. If they're looking for what? If you want to go top 2, victory puts them top 2. The draw only gets them up to 9 points, which is on par with the Bulldogs. So 3rd or 4th seed heading into the semis. So you definitely rather be top 2 than bottom 2 when it comes to semis. I guess 2nd and 3rd really much for muchness because you do the same thing. But you'll take what you can get. I'm loving, though, that the Panthers have not thrown in the towel yet, right? They're actually taking it all the way to the end of the season. And they're still in this with a chance for a victory. Ghost Town, it's the map they picked. Ghost Town, I feel like, has given us some unpredictable results this season. And, of course, it wasn't in last season's map pool. So a little bit less overall for the teams to work with.
Seen some good stuff, though, from Skorpions on Ghost Town, so I don't know that this is going to be an easy prospect for the Panthers. A 2-0 required for the win, and like I said, not sure about 2 zeros on Ghost Town, Ben. All right, well, it's all here for the Panthers. Got to make it happen, don't they? And starting off with the double E100 set up, Super Conqueror double bat chat. A little bit different for the Skorpions. They've got 2 Super Conquerors, E100 and a 277. Like to see JT, though, in a Super Conqueror. I think he's very consistent in that tank, so it'll be a toughie for the Panthers. This is a tough nut to crack.
I mean, is there any tank that JT can't play? I think, let's be honest, I think he could probably play any tank he wants to. One of those rare players where I'd be like, yeah, you can chuck him in even like an antiquated machine and he'd be able to understand the characteristics of it.
I'm trying to think of one that he doesn't like. I'm sure there is one.
There's probably like tanks he doesn't like, but he'll play it for the team. Like it comes down to tank knowledge. Like oftentimes it's, I mean, do you see, for example, maybe like when I think about like when they need 277 players, like when it's Napa, you don't really see Russian maybe on the 277. You're going to see Comrade Vodka the 277 or even some of the mediums on the STB ones. It comes down to the practice reps, and I feel like JT is like one of those players where he's got practice reps on so many different tanks.
JT's just pre-aiming the flying tank angle there as well, making sure that if someone comes flying through the air, he's going to be able to get the shot.
Absolutely. I think it's actually more to put his cupola up so he has a bit more vision. But I think the flying tank theory is a bit better. I'll agree with you on that one. Never know when an EBR is going to be allowed in this game mode, so you might as well start pre-aiming now.
Oh, well, all right. Let's see how things go here. Panthers are starting to make their rotation down south. And it's To be honest, it seems like Skorpions have most of the bases covered. F1 position for the Batchat right at the back of the map. He's not too overcommitted, so I suppose the southern part of the map does look like the more open avenue of attack. Aussie will have a big rotation down in the 277, but once he gets rolling, he'll be able to rotate pretty quickly and can just start by rolling down the hill, so should get that acceleration going pretty quick smart.
He'll be fine.
E100s, Super Conquerors in good spots. 4.5 minutes for Panthers to play with here.
Yeah, and the Batchat just needs to stay alive for Russian. Once again, just needs to figure out how to be effective against two Batchats. Always a very difficult battle. Someone said he's a key at the moment. See if he can spot out Russian. Maybe a couple of blind shots from Lightning Man to have a bit of a go. A100s and Super Conquerors now stacked up ready for this 2 flag push as well on the side of the Panthers. But the Super Conquerors should be able to spot this out. Should be able to bleed out a bit of HP. E100 from Comrade Vodka, looking to also come to the fight when needed. So JT definitely surrounding himself with the Russians and Vodka at the moment, but is he going to be drunk on success? Will he swallow that vodka in defeat? We'll have to find out on this attack. Here we go.
That was pretty smooth, Kev. I rate it. Well done. Let's see what Panthers are going to get done here. JT, well, it's a nice trade. I want to say trade, but he doesn't take any damage in return. So nice little chip damage from him. 418 through. A little bit of a high roll from the Super Conqueror. This one doesn't quite manage to go through the front of the E100, and he gives up a bit of HP. But again, it's a 2-for-1 trade as Knight also started to get involved with the Super Conqueror. Dastardly overcommits a little bit and loses a lot of HP as a result. JT continues to stay hulled down, and Panthers are having a very tough time of digging him out.
You say that, but Knight's bleeding out a lot from this Batchat. Lightning Man's just completely clipped out and hit every single one. JS now going to be fighting this out, and the problem here, Russian has not been in the fight at all. JT, obviously, is going to try to do his best alongside with Knight, but where's the 277? When is he going to come into the equation? Needs to roll around and get a bit of a flanking angle with these E100s. JT's doing so well right now in the Super Conqueror. Look how much time he's buying. Knight's missing, I was going to say Knight's missing a few, but now out comes the fight between the Batchats. Lightning Man still in reload. Russian needs to pen every single one of these, but he decides to fire 2 and back off. 277 now coming into the fight alongside with Knight. Now the push comes into JT. Should go down to JS. E100 is going to spot him out. The focus fire, it needs to go onto Twit. On towards Phantom Sweet is going to go down. Now the next target's going to be Dastardly. You just have to ignore the Batchats for now. You're going to have to concede that the Super Conks are going to go down.
On reload, he's just about to come off of it. No, he just goes onto it. That was his final shot. Never mind, Comrade Vodka definitely in trouble. I think Skorpions are potentially in trouble here. Aussie is healthy, but Knight and Comrade Vodka, well, apparently Comrade Vodka's going to survive, so that's big news. Lightning Man on the reload, and so is JS. I mean, yeah, if Comrade Vodka would have gone down, I probably would say that was doable for Panthers, but now I'm not so sure about it. Again, it is winnable, sure, it's doable, but it's so difficult 4-on-2. Like 3-on-2's workable, you take that one tank out, you go, okay, all right, well, now we're back to 2-on-2, 2 Batchats against maybe a Batchat and a 277, we can outmaneuver, outplay, but I don't think it's possible anymore. If Russian gets the info as to where Lightning Man is as well, he'll cop a few shots. It looks like JS has rolled around the worst possible corner, runs into Aussie, and cops a free shot of damage, so that makes life even more difficult. Panthers, you also have to remember, are on the attack, and it seems are facing, at the very worst now, the fact that Skorpions are going to go through for a tie. This should be 2-1 to Skorpions.
Yeah, JS just trying to figure out how to dodge the 277 at the moment, but the problem with this position, it's so hard to actually juke out. So out comes the drift. JS tries to put a shot in, but unfortunately, Aussie just has too much HP, and at this point in time, Russian as well is just going, you know what? Let's just trade out. I've got the HP advantage, and you can see, I mean, Lightning Man does not have enough in the cliff. Out comes the salute, but it's going to be the Skorpions' victory. JT the only one going down, but you know what? 2-1, secure the draw, on the way towards getting a victory. Not going to be too sad about that.
Yeah, not too sad at all. That's all they could do that time around. A convincing, I think, little victory there on defense for the Skorpions. And the sort of thing you certainly, you know, even if they were guaranteed a spot in the finals, you don't want to go down and take a loss in your last week of the regular season play, right? That's not the momentum that you want heading into finals. So the Skorpions now put themselves in a position where they can come out with the victory tonight. Kev, as we take a look, actually quite a lot of damage here on the side of the Skorpions. Everyone kind of sharing the love.
Yeah, I mean, Super Conquerors definitely did some good work, even though the bat chats on the Perth Panthers definitely tried nullifying them. Knight's still good to make sure he does 1900. You know, JT stays alive very long in that position, allows Aussie to get into rotation. Comrade Vodka just bouncing everything casually. Peak irony, Russian name, German tank. Can't get any better than that. So maybe a bit of Russian bias as well, just coming into that German tank and just deflecting everything. You're going, man, that's not cool. E100 is pretty good these days. That's why I like it over the mouse.
Lightning Man doing some hard yards and maybe some farming there at the end as well for the Panthers. But not even JS could save them this time around. So the Panthers still going to be in this one for a draw. But as we now know, that draw guarantees, and if they weren't already guaranteed, the Skorpions into the top 4. That gives them at minimum 1 point, which puts them up to 9, which in a scenario where they did come out with the draw would see the Matildas on top, the Sentinels in second, then the Bulldogs and the Skorpions going towards that head-to-head. I expect to see comes third and fourth. But Kev, talk us through our replay.
This comes down to this brawl. I felt like Panthers really needed to dump in and get rid of these Super Conquerors. They had Batchat supporting, they had all the tanks in the right area, but they just were unable to really get the focus fire down. You can see 2 low HP tanks, both Knight as well as Comrade Vodka, both one-shots at the end of the day, not cleaned up. And we always talk about how you need to make sure every single shot lands in the correct target. You need to focus down. You can't be like worrying about, oh, this guy's got this HP or whatnot, or this guy's got that HP. You got to make sure you smack down one of them. And I have to say, really well played by Russian. He did not make it easy for the Batchats to isolate him. He was like, there were cases where you're going, why isn't Russian trying to force a fight? He knows that where Batchat roughly is. He doesn't want to lose the game for his team in the long run. If you're alive as a Batchat player, you're always that threat on the flank. You're always going to be a threat against these other Batchats. It's going to force JS and Lightning Man on the Perth Panthers to play a bit more conservatively. They can't really take full agency control. So him staying alive allows the heavies to brawl out. They have more heavies, so they resolve that scenario quite well. The 277 comes into the rotation at the correct time. Like I said, if the Perth Panthers pushed a little bit early, they wouldn't have to worry about the 277. It would have been a bit of a different story in my mind.
Oh, well, not to be, but we learn each and every season. If we said first time we've had an opportunity to have a season of Ghost Town. I've actually really enjoyed it, by the way. I know that I was mad 7 weeks ago when the change came out, but some of the best games we've had this season, Kev, for my mind, have been on Ghost Town. I think back to some of the plays, particularly when, I think was a couple of a double bat chat strategy or something. There were like some crazy plays coming out that you're like, you know what? I'll pay that. I really enjoyed it. Things that, maybe could have gone astray, but did not and came through with the goods. And it certainly, I felt paid off for the teams who have put the work in.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like one of those maps where I'm not 100% across the veto process, actually, in terms of bans and picks. But I think it's always a map where you have to learn to pick up, because otherwise you start looking at maps that you really don't want to play as a team. Like potentially, like as a team, you don't want to play Bruenberg because that's a coin flipping map. You don't want to play Mines because against a weaker team, you can lose maps or like games on it because once again, very coin flippy. You choose the wrong attack, you choose the wrong defense, you get counted. Less so for a map like Prokhorovka. I feel like a good attack and a good defense will really set up a team quite well. We've seen that a couple of times this season. Even Moravanka, where I go, it's a bit more of a known quantity. Yes, it does favor that defensive side a lot more, but it still feels better than a coin flip. It's still, at least you're able to try things out and try to gain map control. The team that earns that map control, earns the ability to control a map, wins the game. Whereas a game like Mines is just like, so if you go on hill and I don't, then we'll see where the game goes from here. But if I go hill and you go hill, do I have the better tanks kind of thing?
Are you suggesting that the reason I like Mines is because sometimes the bad team wins? What you're saying, Kev, I understand. Gordon?
Just on the topic of the map selection process, by the way, for those that don't know, both teams select 2 maps. They select a first map and a second map, as in this is the first map we want to play, this is the second map we want to play. If both first maps are the same, they get cancelled out and the 2 second maps are taken. If both maps are the same, as in first map and second map from both teams are taken, then both those maps are taken. And if both the first maps are different, then both the first maps are taken, if that makes sense. So at each point, each team gets to have maps that they like to play either way. And there's no veto, at least until we get to the playoffs. By the way, we do move here into Cliff, and
Well,
that's
we
a little
don't.
bit surprising because we're going on to Ghost Town. So
Yeah, don't get baited by that.
I did.
Ghost Town. Visage Ghost Town in your mind. Burn, 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 burn. Roll out on Ghost Town. Our last map of the regular season.
All right, Kev, what is going on here?
What do you mean? There's a mouse.
There's a mouse.
Oh, there's this.
There's a rhino.
Yeah, I mean, but JT knows like what he's doing, man. Trust.
Does he? Because I don't know what he's doing.
Yeah, I don't know either. Let's be real. What is the Rhinoceronte doing in this game? What? JT? Question mark?
See if we can make it work here. Does get the info onto Twit. That shot doesn't look like it's managed to connect. And that one's gone off into the moon. Holy dooly. I'm glad we got to watch that. That was beautiful.
When I said JT can play every single tank, I didn't think he'd take it like literally and went, oh, he said any tank. Let's bring out the Rhinoceronte, which is, I think, the first time we've seen it so far this season.
I'm pretty sure the first time we have seen it. Lightning Man does get spotted out, but Knight can't connect the shot there in the mouse.
It's got good alpha.
Yeah, it doesn't have a very good gun handling by the looks of things.
No, it shows us gun handling, and it's not really the best tank hold down because it's got its little, it's got a little knob on the top of its head. It's kind of like the Concept 1B, but yeah, it's a pretty glaringly big weak spot on a tier 10 tank, where apparently it's very easy to pen, and as a result, it's not too effective as a hold down tank.
You know what I'm surprised is that if he's going to pull out any tank, why has he chosen that as opposed to an IS-4, you know? Because he's been telling me all season he wants to play the IS-4.
There isn't
it's the best tank, blah,
so
blah,
here's
blah.
the thing, right? It's like, we talk about the Rhinoceronte, it's like, you definitely want to bring it in advance because it's got atrocious DPM, and there's no real reason to use it for clip potential because you're in extended brawl most of the time. But in a 5-on-5 format, we've come to find that a lot of the tanks that actually do a lot of clip damage and take some situational shots when they're required. When you have that flexibility, it's really solid to have that. Because remember, the Rhinoceronte, that's a nice little shot coming through. It's got decent alpha, right? So it's like you got that DPM selection, but also at the same time, if it comes to the crunch time, when you need to brawl, when you need to burst, you got 1500 burst. Which is insane for a heavy tank. Like, you think about like the amount of time a Super Conk takes to fire one or twice, so 800 damage, a Rhinoceronte can theoretically dump 1500 in. By the time an E100 takes a single time to fire, the Rhinoceronte can put 1500 into you if it comes to that stage. And right now, in this current point in time where he's just allowed to trade shots, he's trying to find some angles, he can trade 500 alpha for 500, 530.
You take it. He's on the move as well, but
It's
yes, might get the info here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a
Hasn't picked the corner.
really risky move coming out, but this is where the strength of like the Rhinoceronte comes out, right? It's like, that's one. He's going to get the second one, he's going to roll back as well. So obviously that one bounces, E100 a bit more of an angle. Now JT knows there's a bat chat, but he just slides between the buildings. Rest of the tank's pushing up, so he's going to be relatively clear to slap another one in. I'm not going to talk about the auto reloading mechanism just for now. There's going to be more to talk about it. But JS definitely doing some good punishment onto JT at the moment. JT was not expecting this, but he bounces one. Might find the second bounce as well. JS is going to clip out.
Yeah, JT's going to continue to roll his way forward. The E100's definitely well and truly in the brawl. If JT can get some crossfire shots and angle here, that'd be great. But he's actually gone and decided to try and chase JS down, never catching a bat chat. And there is actually covering fire from a second tank. JT's going to have to turn around and focus attention onto someone else, or maybe he just continues to take the fight. I suppose that's fine, considering Skorpions are winning inside of the town as well. Russian seems to be the focus of fire here for Phantom. JS about to come off the reload, so JT might just get one more shot in here before he does go down. Elects to put it into the bat chat, which is a wise decision. The E100 was done and dusted anyway, and now, well, Skorpions are looking to finish this map off pretty cleanly. The 3-1 should be on the cards. Lightning Man gets decimated as he tries to cross in front of two E100s and a mouse. JS comes in behind the three heavy tanks, and there isn't really much to write home about for him there. Great game from Comrade Vodka. 3k damage out from him. Aussie lines up a shot as well onto Twit, and that is going to be the end of that. There is nothing one single Super Conqueror will be able to do against the Skorpions and their heavy tank army, as they will secure themselves with a second seed and the victory today as well.
Oh no, they're going to try to push him. Oh no. Oh, this is not fair, Twip. Why has this fate been encompassed?
Well, who's going to get the kill? Come on, Russian, please. Thank you. That's some more fantasy points. Thank you very much. We like to see that.
Well, the game ends in similar fashion to how Elfish Guy is going to feel at Fortress, and everyone surrounding him looking for his signature. But all victories tonight, the Skorpions secure themselves a win. More importantly, they secure themselves second seed for the season. They came into the week in number 2. They finished the week in number 2, finished the season in number 2. Now, gentlemen, we have our top 4. The Panthers, of course, not able to make it through. And interestingly enough, as we look at the Matildas, the Skorpions, the Sentinels, and the Bulldogs, 3 of those 4 teams in last year's top 4 as well, which at the start of the season I wasn't expecting to see. Kev, the other thing I wasn't expecting to see was a rhinocerante, which reminds me very much of the Rocinante, but I assume is rhinoceros in something.
In Italian.
Yep. I like that reference, Ben. I do like that show as well. Looking forward to the next season. But either way, yeah, I mean, Panthers. Look, they had a pretty good run in the end. At the end, like they tried their best. They got a round off of Skorpions. They made it relatively close in a couple of them as well. Made them work for it at the very least. A rough season though for the Panthers. They kind of never really felt like they got rolling, and to go up against one of the better teams in the final week is never going to be a fun task, especially when it's unlikely or impossible for you to even make it to the finals by the point that they actually played their series. So credit to them for sticking it through and putting us forward with a pretty interesting final game for the regular season.
Yeah, going out there, giving us the goods. You got to appreciate it. You have to commend them. And in the end, not good enough to take down the Skorpions. But let's be real, not very many teams were. The Skorpions actually not losing at all this season. So it was a tall order to request from them in the end. And Comrade Vodka, I think, actually coming out with a ton of points for this one. So I don't know who's got Comrade Vodka on their fantasy league team, but not me. But they must be feeling pretty good right about now.
I don't think too many players actually would have picked Comrade Vodka. I don't even know if many people would have known that he was going to be playing today. Let's have a look and see if...
I think it'll be updated afterwards, and Russian just comes in and ruins the party at the very end, so...
Well, I can tell you 2% picked him last week, so I suppose that probably gives you a pretty good idea.
Not many, I would say.
Fair enough. Yeah. Maybe his name was Comrade Whiskey, that would be different, but what can you do? Nevertheless, as I said, 4 wins tonight. There's only been 8 wins for the entirety of the previous 6 weeks, and we get another 4 tonight. One of the best nights of ANZ PL so far, in my opinion. Some great games. 3-1, it was the Brisbane Bulldogs up against the Christchurch Conquerors. The Bulldogs needing to win to stay in the action. They did, got themselves 9 points on the board. Then it was the Matildas versus the Action X. This one obviously was important for the Action X in particular, but the Matildas managed to find themselves, I think, what was their 3rd win so far of the seasons. The Sydney Sentinels took down the Auckland Archers 3-1. And then our next Sydney team, the Skorpions, took down the Perth Panthers 3-1 as well. So we combine that all together. We throw that into our overall scoreboard, gentlemen, and that gives us the Matildas coming out on top as our regular season champions. 13 points, 3 wins, 4 draws, no losses. Great result for them. As we said, the Skorpions in second, 2 wins, 5 draws, 11 points on the board. The Sentinels in third with 10, and the Bulldogs scraping through with 9 points. But I love actually that the top 4 does not come down to tiebreakers. Does not come down to for and against. It's literally points on the board, and that's what matters this time around. To see 2 teams from Sydney, a team from Melbourne, and my Brisbane Bulldogs in there as well. I think it's going to be an interesting one. To me, Jensen, maybe you can disagree, but I kind of feel like these are the 4 best teams in the league. I maybe would have questioned that a couple of weeks ago with the Bulldogs, but what we saw from them tonight, I thought was quite impressive. And if they bring the goods again next week, then they've certainly got a shot against the Matildas. But for the Matildas and the Skorpions, I think no doubt, I think everyone probably agrees they were the top two teams going through this season.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's interesting, actually. You know, Sentinels, if they didn't lose that series to the Conquerors, could have put themselves in second, could have put themselves in first and sort of tussled for that position, funnily enough. But what I do like about the way this bracket has panned out, Ben, is, yes, I will agree. I think these are the top four teams, and I think they're the deserved teams to go through to the playoffs at this point in time. I agree as well that maybe a couple of weeks ago, I probably would have put Action X there, but Bulldogs have been getting better as the season's progressed. Action X, I would arguably say, had been getting worse as the season progressed. So I think these are the four teams that we wanted to see through to the playoffs. And the other thing that I like about it is that we get the Sydney Skorpions up against the Sydney Sentinels again.
The rematch.
It's a rematch of the semi-final that we saw last season. And it's an opportunity for revenge for the Skorpions, because this time I feel like they come into that as the favorites. Last time, it seemed as though the Sentinels were the favorites coming into that matchup. So that'll be an interesting one, second versus third, and whether or not it will be Skorpions and Matildas through to the final, as I assume would be the case. I guess we have to find out when we come back next week.
Certainly will. So next week, as you can see, the 7th of May, next Friday, we're going to have both of our semi-final matches at the end of the night. Two teams go home they go to the third place match, which is the week after. So two matches, both semi-finals next week. The week after that, the 14th of May, the following Friday, is going to be our third place match, because obviously a little bit of prize money up for grabs this season. We'll also have the WG CC show match again, which I kind of felt like we missed out last time around due to unforeseen circumstances. So it'll be fantastic to get that on stream. And then the following week, where the top two teams have had a week off, a bit of a chance maybe just to... I always wonder who gets to play who, right? Who's getting chances to scrim at the end of the season? That's always a tricky one, particularly in games where the formats don't necessarily match what you play in pub service. Nevertheless, the grand finals live from Fortress Melbourne on the 22nd of May. It is a Saturday. It's going to be land finals, COVID pending. Worst case scenario, but best worst case scenario is that if by chance they cannot get there, we should all be there anyway, right? There'll be a watch party. So nevertheless, !finals in chat. You want to secure yourselves a free ticket to that one. It's going to be an absolute blast. As far as I'm sure, and I could be wrong, I think it might be the first proper live finals that we'll have seen in the venue. So I'm super keen to see what it's like and to have all the players there and whatnot. It's going to be a rip-snorting good time, Kev. Anything from you before we close this one off, Mr. Karath? It's been a crazy 7 weeks of regular season play, and probably my favorite season. Look, there's only a couple to pick from, but I'd say my favorite season of ANZPL so far.
Yeah, honestly, four fantastic teams making their way into the finals. Wouldn't mind any of them at finals, to be honest. A lot of faces to meet, people to see. But look, if we make finals, if JT is there, all I'm saying is maybe we can recreate that famous photo.
If you're really lucky. Jordan, anything else from you, mate?
Look, Ben, there's not that much from me, to be honest, but I'm just going to try and talk for as long as possible
I'm
so that
looking
everyone can get their fourth drop.
I'm at 95%, right? And we've still got a few minutes to go. So I'm going to say that I'm happy to end the show now, because I know by the time this runs out, I'll probably be able to claim my fourth drop. If you didn't, then you should have been here 15 minutes early like we were. Nevertheless,
that's
regular
toxic.
Season done and dusted. Top four teams heading to the semi-finals knockout next week. 6 p.m. We'll see you there next Friday. Semi-final time for ANZPL. Have a great week.
selector. Rewind selector. Rewind selector. Rewind selector. Rewind selector. Rewind selector.